and then we can worry about
Fuck.
what should be true after
My
we
bad.
can determine what is true.
Okay, but I'm trying to see, like, structurally, how does that work in the real world? Are you saying that women should not fight for their rights because they...
Listen, let's back up.
These women are absolute fucking morons. Like, they have no ability to track the conversation. I don't know why they even bother debating. It's not even worth watching. They're just so fucking stupid. They're also just fucking delusional, too. Andrew's just making simple descriptive statements, and, either they just have to disprove some of these descriptive statements, which they can't do, because usually, like, at least the basic premises that he makes are true, but they don't even do that, and then they just appeal to some sort of normative claim, which has nothing to do with the descriptive statement. Does it make a difference if you take creatine before, during, or even after a workout? No. Creatine takes a while to reach saturation in your body, and it doesn't matter when you take it. So as long as you're eating adequate amounts of creatine, it's just going to saturate in your body. So you're not getting any like higher doses of creatine if you take it before a workout.
Why put the FBI and its reputation at risk? What, it was just to win an election? Why?
Because they're weak. Because they're weak.
They're weak.
I hate weak people. I can't stand it.
Oh my god. Told my dad your views on women and he slapped me and told me that I need to respect women. Well, your dad might be a cuck. I think by 8th grade, I learned not to respect women, so clearly your dad's a retard. If a kid in the 8th grade could figure out that you should not, in fact, respect women. Joking, obviously. Ugh. This guy's fucking hilarious.
A young woman. Essentially what they're alleging is that many years ago, while these people, this has got to be almost 8-9 years ago, because they are now in their full-on...
CDG donate tellers, hey Richard, how are you doing today? Are you actually done dieting? No, I'm just eating more. So I'm going to eat at least 2,000 calories per day, which is still going to be a deficit. But I'm just going to make sure that I'm eating enough where my blood sugar doesn't go too low and I'm adding in more carbohydrates. I love you. Also, I just did chest earlier, and dude, my arms look so huge lately. I'd be doing arms 3 times a week. Dope. Yes, some body parts can benefit from higher frequency. I only train arms twice a week. Haven't really found for most lifts 3-day-a-week training really benefits. I found overhead press benefits a fair bit. Bench can benefit a fair bit from like 3 days a week, but most everything else twice a week seems ideal. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. Thoughts on Louis Theroux? He's kind of a dipshit.
They're in the National Hockey League now, many of them, but they did this when they were apparently 18, 19. Apparently, they ran a train on a girl, and it was against her will. That's what she's claiming. And then, so they've been bringing this to trial now. The first trial ended in mistrial, so now they're on the second trial, and this has gone off the rails because the judge just got rid of the jury, and the judge herself is going to be the only one adjudicating this trial.
That's crazy.
Joining me now is criminal defense lawyer Kim Schofield. Kim, thank you very much for...
Oh, Jesus, they're screwed. Is that the judge?
Kim Schofield. Kim, thank you very much for...
Wait.
this
Oh,
trial.
that's crazy.
Joining me now is criminal defense lawyer Kim Schofield.
Oh,
Kim,
defense lawyer. Okay. I was gonna say, oh, if that's the judge, they're fucked.
thank you very much for joining us.
God damn, Kim's hair is crazy. Sorry. Sorry. Kim, goddamn, what happened, baby?
She got that Back to the Future cut.
You good?
She got that Back to the Future cut. What's the name of the guy? Shout out to her. I actually had a teacher in middle school who had this haircut.
I ain't mad at it.
She used to come into class with like, yo, man, check out the Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard Biden has prostate cancer. Hopefully it happens to Trump. But we can only hope.
This is Goku right there.
This same workplace got a fucking rule against dreads, but they let the bitch come in with a bird nest. Absolutely not.
I mean, caw motherfucker.
First of all, in this case, it's been two juries.
CDG donate tellers, yeah, for me, arms seem to be able to handle 3 times a week. It's working really well. I've also noticed overhead press 3 times a week is really beneficial as well. Everything else I do once/twice, depending on my priorities. Like legs lately, I'm doing once. Well, may you make many gains, sir. May the god of gains bless you. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
That have been dismissed. So I think that that's certainly unusual, if not entirely unheard of. But to dismiss a jury and continue judge alone is allowed in the criminal code, and it's something that happens on occasion, but very unusual. So
Janoi has cardiac arrhythmia. You mean Janoi Kresva? Is that who you're referring to? I'm sure it has something to do with, one, the steroids he's taken irresponsibly, and him being out of shape and not eating well, and various other factors.
something must have happened, and keep in mind there's a publication ban that prevents reporting on the specifics, but something happened, and there were some facts brought before the judge that caused the judge to find that the jury could no longer continue to act impartially.
Now, the testimony that's come out of this has been crazy.
Wild.
To get started, what's alleged is that I believe they all went to some kind of bar, restaurant.
They went to a bar.
They were drinking. One of the guys was with a girl, or ended up chatting her. She was drinking a little bit too. They went up to the room, smashed the shit out of her, and then he was calling the other boys over. He's like, yo, who wants to come by for a gummer?
Every time you're going to say that shit.
Okay. I know what a gummer was.
Every time you say that.
Because white boys come up with some crazy slang.
But I ain't mad at it.
But I understood it, because who don't want no toothless BJ?
Hey, that's
okay?
that's what I think it is.
So
but if everybody comes in there, it feels like gum. So it's a gummer. Maybe it's not because of the gum.
All right.
Or maybe.
So the other boys show up with their hockey sticks, and I mean,
what happened at your hospital visit?
they put some pucks in her, and I will say, this is where.
Yeah, I saw Gary Yorovsky is attending AV's Cube. It's in Germany, right?
A lot of things are contested. She's claiming she consented to the first guy, not the others. According to witness testimony,
That's not what happened.
this girl got on the floor, opened her legs, and said, "Stop being pussies. Who's gonna take me next?"
She's the one who got naked and started begging everyone.
All right, I'm paraphrasing, but that's like the gist of what she said. Basically, she.
Dude, I mean, why is this even going to trial? Yeah, I'm sure women don't have fantasies about getting gangbanged by a group of, like, big, strong, tough, professional athletes. And, like, every eyewitness testimony is saying this was consensual. Why in the fuck is this going to trial? Like, it's just such a joke, dude.
She was a goalie who got in butterfly position.
God damn.
Okay. And she caught all the pucks. They were scoring, but it never touched the net. You dig?
I dig.
Okay. With that in mind, I know enough about hockey to know none of these dudes were offside based off the testimony.
What am I eating? Got tofu, brown rice, and sweet potatoes.
Jesus Christ.
Okay? They were playing tough against the boards, you know what I mean? They played with some intensity. They did their thing. And, you know, they battled for all the pucks. And eventually they won.
But what happened? What are you trying to say?
You know, I keep thinking all the hockey interviews post-game are always the same. Oh, you know, we're going to get pucks in deep. We're going to battle along the boards.
We're going to work in the corners.
Listen, the only reason why I'm feeling very comfortable laughing about this whole situation is her testimony was crazy. There's even a video and audio recording of her saying, I consent to all of this. Geez, why are you guys being so paranoid?
How did this go to trial? Like, again, it's gotten to the point. You can have irrefutable video and audio evidence proving a man did not commit a crime, but just because some crazy lying bitch said so, it still goes to trial. The evidence exonerates them, but it still goes to fucking trial. What are we doing?
Bitch, that's why. Now, the prosecutor...
Bitch, you guessed it!
Yeah, they're like, yo, yeah, I ain't playing no games. You wanted all this, right? You want to give these gummers? Okay, good. And then they got to business, which I respect. But even with this recording, you might be wondering, why would the prosecution bring this case? This looks
maybe she was forced to say that. Maybe she was forced.
That's the argument they're trying to make.
Maybe she was, say that shit,
The problem is...
What if she was forced to say it? Right. What if all the men in the room were forced to have sex with her, and she threatened that if you don't have sex with me, I'm gonna claim you all raped me. So if you don't have sex with me, I'm gonna go to the police and say you all raped me. Maybe that's what happened. Like, holy fuck, what a joke.
I asked many fitness trainers and looked on the internet. Everyone says leg training make upper body grow better through hormones and myasthenia. Is that true? Team 3D Alpha states this as well. I have knee problems. Can I skip legs and still make upper body gains?
I do not believe any of that horseshit whatsoever. I think having a stronger lower body can in some ways assist with upper body lifts. So like if you have weak legs, you might have issues balancing when you're doing overhead press, or you may find yourself a little more unstable if you're bench pressing heavy, because you do use your legs to drive into the floor. But no, the idea that there's some sort of hormonal pathway that increases upper body growth, I don't really buy that. You can look at, like, paraplegics. So, people who are in wheelchairs. There's, paraplegics who can only train their upper body and they're jacked as fuck. Paraplegic. Let me see. Yeah, this paraplegic athlete benched 683 pounds. Like, he's kind of built like a marshmallow, but, I mean, you still have to have a lot of muscle mass in order to lift that weight. Like, that's outrageous amounts of weight to lift. Let me see if I can find any. Yeah, there's some dudes who are paraplegics who are absolutely fucking jacked. So, yeah, I don't really buy it. Thanks for the donation though, Brian. So yeah, if you have knee problems and you have trouble training legs, then you can skip legs if need be. It's not really going to affect your upper body gains.
There's no evidence to corroborate her story. What's more, there's a lot of evidence to poke holes in everything that she's saying, from the witness testimony to everything involved.
Poke holes?
Yeah, listen, it's just one of them situations where, so like, wait, you want me to believe that you were okay with 2 guys banging you and all 5? Like, maybe that's the case, but you can't prove it. Like, this is a waste of my time. And I think it's a waste of taxpayers' time. But this brings us to today. They're on trial, and one of the jurors slips a note to the judge.
As Justice Maria Carosia decided what to do about a note sent to her Thursday, signed by a juror. It accused Alex Formenton's lawyers, Daniel Brown and Hillary Dudding, of judging and making fun of jurors. Every day when we enter the court,
That was a woman juror who said that. This reeks of some sort of corruption or conspiracy. It wouldn't surprise me if one of these jurors was compromised and they were told to give that note to the judge so that they could get rid of the jury. That is really, really bizarre for that to happen.
Courtroom, they observe us, whisper to each other, and turn to each other and laugh as if they are discussing our appearance, the note said. This is unprofessional and unacceptable.
One of the jury members, or a few of them, basically said that they felt as though the defense lawyers were looking at them and laughing at them and mocking their appearance, and they felt it was very disrespectful. Apparently these defense lawyers didn't say anything out loud. They just thought that the defense lawyers were looking at them and laughing at them. The judge realized what the issue was. Like,
how do you respond to the argument that we don't know the long-term effects of lifelong veganism? There have not been many studies examining lifelong vegans. I've heard some people respond by referencing Seventh-day Adventists, but they eat a bit of fish.
People who say that have no fucking clue what they're talking about. So there's the Adventist Health Studies, and there's the Oxford Vegetarian Cohort. These studies have over 20 years of follow-up data. So, that claim is just ridiculous, and I don't know, like, if somebody says Adventists eat a little bit of fish, they have never read the Seventh-day Adventist Health Studies. There's different groups of Seventh-day Adventists. There's meat eaters, low meat eaters, vegetarians, pescatarians, and vegans. These are all different categories that they lump people in these prospective cohorts. So claiming that Adventists eat a little bit of fish, what Adventists? Like they're just fucking retarded. It's like saying, Canadians like eat a bit of poutine. Does every fucking Canadian eat poutine? It's just stupid. And on top of that, I mean, what kind of ridiculous nonsense is that? Like, you can get all the nutrition you need on an appropriately planned vegan diet. I don't know why you'd need any, like, lifelong randomized trial to determine if, like, a vegan diet is fine. Is your balls and dick gonna fall off if you eat vegetables too much or something? So, yeah, whatever. Don't listen to those fucking dumbasses. Just tell them to suck your dick. Thanks for the donation, Mango.
Fuck Gary Yarovsky, He is a racist right-wing Zionist piece of shit.
Don't want to hear it.
There's no way this person can be impartial because they're looking at the defendant's lawyers and they're saying nothing has been explicitly said. So the judge's like, fuck, this is over. Like, I have to get rid of this jury.
Yeah, because if you think that person that hasn't said anything to you
is disrespectful, like, are you not?
You're nuts.
Right? So why would they go forward with this? What's being said by some lawyers is essentially the defense feels like their case is ironclad and they don't want to retry it. And the prosecutor basically agreed to keep just the judge on because they may think that's their best shot at getting a conviction. Both parties think.
Yeah. So they had to get rid of the jury because clearly there are at least some jury members that were highly biased against the defense. So obviously you can't have that. And this is clearly nonsense. The judge was in the courtroom every single day during these trials and never saw any of that shit. So either there's someone or some people on the jury that are fucking out of their minds and insane, and it sounds like it's probably a woman who's one of these crazy fucking bitches who are like, believe all women, feminism, the patriarchy's out to get me. And then they made up this stupid nonsense about the defense lawyers. Or they're compromised in some way and they're told to do that to fuck up the whole court case because the prosecution realized that they're going to lose the case. It's either one of those, but like that is insane, dude.
The world-renowned economist Darren Ajamoulu wrote in his book Why Nations Fail, proved with empirical evidence that institutions with low to no corruption are the reason some countries are rich. Not resources, not race imperialism, it's corruption. USA is cooked.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be particularly smart to get ahead. You just have to make overall good decisions, and that doesn't require a massive amount of intelligence. So if you have institutions that are not corrupt and won't take advantage of you, then you're pretty much free to, get ahead. But yeah, when there's massive corruption, no matter what you do, that's always going to be a roadblock to success. So hopefully we don't have much more of Trump and we can get back to business as usual. Thanks for the donation though, Miles.
This is their best shot. The prosecutor's going for a long shot. The defense, there's no way you can find us guilty with this evidence. So they're all rolling the dice with this judge, and that's what's going to happen.
He's looking at me funny, judge.
Yep.
Steenbergen was also in London with the others in June of that year as they celebrated their win with Hockey Canada. He told Crown Attorney Heather Donkers that he was in room 209 at the Delta Armories Hotel in downtown London when he walked in to find a naked girl. Minutes later, she engaged in sex acts with some of the accused, Carter Hart and Michael McLeod. He saw Dylan Dubé get involved as well, saying Dylan was slapping her butt. It wasn't hard, but it wasn't soft either.
Are we talking about the butt slapping or the dick? I don't know.
I'm sorry.
The report of that is crazy.
Dude, this is Canada. I don't know how bad it is in the United States, these sorts of things, but it's just fucking crazy to me that something like this can go to fucking trial. And then women wonder why men won't go up and talk to them, approach them, aren't sexually aggressive like they want them to be. Like, oh, why are you holding back? Oh, I told you to smack my butt. Gee, I wonder. The risk of running into a crazy fucking bitch is so high.
What kind of vegan cat food do you feed your cat? Can you give me a recommendation on a good brand of vegan dog food?
I feed Gummy Benevo vegan cat food, and Benevo's a good brand of vegan dog food. You can also go with Natural Balance vegan dog food. I've also tried that, and it's good. Thanks for the donation, though, Mango.
It wasn't hard, but it wasn't soft either. How would you describe the amount of force?
I mean, it wasn't hard, but it wasn't soft either. It was just, a slap.
I would say it was just right. I was sorry.
Oh my god. Goldilocks went into the hotel room with a group of hockey players. The first hockey player slapped her in the butt too soft. The next hockey player slapped her in the butt too hard. But the third hockey player slapped her in the butt just right. Like, oh my god. How in the fuck did this ever make it to trial? Holy shit.
Let's move on.
Then, when it came to a fourth defendant, Cal Foote, Steenbergen said, I remember partially seeing the splits because there were people around me.
The splits? The splits of what? The splits of who?
He said he tried to get out of the room, but the female was in the way on the floor, saying, I just didn't want to step over a naked girl. When there was a clear path, we took the chance to leave.
Wait. So she was just naked.
The fuck?
The rich regions of India had corrupt British institutions installed based on confiscation, and those regions got poorer, but the poorer regions received better British institutions, and those boomed economically. Also many cities in Arizona at Mexico border.
Well, yeah. Apartheid South Africa is probably the best example you'd ever want to use. Apartheid South Africa had horrible racism, but even despite the horrible racism, the white government was not technically corrupt. They wouldn't just steal tax money and pocket it and shit. And as soon as the ANC government gained power after the apartheid, nosedive in wealth among blacks and whites. So yeah, same thing happened in Rhodesia as well. Rhodesia would be another good example. Rhodesia didn't have an apartheid system. The only thing they did was they required blacks to either have a certain amount of income or own property in order to vote. And I think at some point there was a restriction for blacks from using some public transportation where they had to pay slightly more. Probably because there was a group of black people who were causing problems on a bus or something. But again, after the, communist-backed fucking African rebel groups took control and all the whiteys were forced out, again, absolute fucking nosedive in economic prosperity in Rhodesia. So yeah, even racist institutions, as long as they're not fundamentally corrupt, people are better off, at least economically. Thanks for the donation though, Miles.
Yo, I'm not digging Doom the Dark Age. I've played it this weekend, and I already got bored after a couple hours. I thank God it was available to play on my Game Pass rather than spend $80 for the most overhyped game of the year. Fucking modern gaming sucks.
Yeah, I refunded it. I bought the game with the DLCs. It was $145 Canadian with the premium edition. I refunded it. It just wasn't anywhere near worth that price. If it was $30, I probably would have bothered to play through it, but at that price, I'd rather just keep my money and spend it on something better. That game smells like it had real issues with the development. I know they were working on a Doom game shortly after Doom Eternal, and then there was a bunch of shit that happened. There was the pandemic, and Microsoft acquired Bethesda. So I think between the pandemic and the Microsoft acquisition, something happened. And I think likely what happened too is Doom Eternal was very expensive to make, and it didn't make like an absolute shit ton of money. So I think with the Microsoft acquisition and shit, and like the development issues that were going on during the pandemic, I think what happened was they massively reduced the budget of the game, and they didn't really have much time to rework gameplay features or do any like balancing and shit, and they kind of just it like the game feels very much like a first draft. Like it just didn't work well mechanically, and there were so many like features in the game that were stripped, missing. The soundtrack was like really, really mid at best. There was practically no fucking story whatsoever. And yeah, like the just overall gameplay balance was just terrible. The parry system was just fucking nauseating. Just over and over and over again, you spam the parry button. There was only like 2 weapons in the game that were even really worth using. Especially once you get some of the upgrades for your shields and shit. So yeah, clearly they didn't have as much of a budget to work on the game, and it shows. So I think it was pandemic issues and probably Microsoft meddling. But yeah, they fucked up. That game's not worth playing, especially for that kind of money. It was also insanely easy. That game on Nightmare difficulty is comparable to Doom Eternal on easy. And that's being generous. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight. Yeah, it's not really, it's not a Doom game. It's for casuals. It was super fucking easy. They got rid of the quick weapon switching, which console players couldn't really do because you don't have, keyboard where you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they got rid of the quick weapon switching because, dumb baby console gamers, they don't have a keyboard. And they made it super easy, and I think the parry system was also a response to that because, again, console players can't really move around as quickly and change direction and shit, so yeah, it was bad.
Like, where are you going? I'm sorry, this story is super weird, but these guys weren't charged, they were present, and they were testifying. Now, it's important to note, these are teammates. The odds of them trying to lie for their friends or their fellow teammates is possible. It's definitely possible, so that's also important to note.
All the players were contacted by Hockey Canada about an ongoing investigation. That's when group chat messages started going out between the one-time teammates. From accused Michael McLeod, who was the one who brought the 20-year-old woman to his hotel room, he wrote, "We all need to say the same thing if we get interviewed. Can't have different stories or make anything up."
To me, when I read that, people say that looks like a smoking gun. The last part can't make anything up. The reason why you want to get your story straight is that the mere fact that there's differences might look bad on you guys. And they're dealing with an association that's probably coming down on them hard. It's like, listen, let's just make sure that we're all on the same page. Okay? Don't lie about it. I think that's super reasonable to say amongst group, but they're trying to use this to say these guys are all lying to cover for each other.
If 3 people say, yeah, we did it, and 2 of them is like, no, we can't lie about it. Something happened.
Yes, and if anybody's caught lying, then it's going to make us look guilty.
Yeah.
So just let's all be on the same page. So actually, when I see this...
Yes. This is what the police do, by the way. It's not their job to like actually investigate with any kind of fair, objective lens, what they do is they try to find any statement you've ever made and try to spin it in a way that makes you look guilty. So obviously the least charitable way of interpreting this is, oh, they're all colluding together to lie. Even though any sensible interpretation would be, hey guys, let's be honest, if any of us is lying or trying to hide anything, it'll all look bad on us. But that's what the police do. They're, like, again, they get paid for making prosecutions. The way they get more money and raises and, get a chance to be promoted is by making prosecutions, right? So obviously what they're going to do is be dishonest, lying fucking cunts, and anything you fucking say will be just spinned in the most delusional, psychotic fucking way possible to make you seem guilty. Retard donated $2. What the fuck do you mean yapping tonight? Do you want me to just play fucking videos? Okay, I'll just do what Hassan does. I'll fucking start a video playing, and then I'll go take a shit and take a nap. Did that hit the bridge? Well, that was smart. Thanks for the donation, retard.
React to this.
Restricted video, not available in your country. So, sorry, can't react to that. Thanks for the donation, though, Poop.
It makes me believe them even more.
From Carter Hart, honestly, boys, we didn't do anything wrong. From Dylan Dubé, the boys who did stuff got consent, so it's okay. And from a player who has not been charged, Brett Howden, he wrote, she's the one who got naked and started begging everyone.
Those text messages that happened just after the incident give me an insight into their mind and how they're communicating. Because these are just private messages between them. They're not expecting the public to see it. Them saying this stuff, it makes them seem more credible.
Yeah.
And so far, they've presented zero evidence that gives me any indication that this was non-consensual, other than the fact that she went to the police. That means nothing to me.
But her testimony is a bit full of holes, no?
It is. From what we've gathered so far, it is. And look, these guys, they've gone on to have successful careers, but for a lot of them, it's a cloud that's hung over their head. It's affected their negotiation for contracts. It's been going for, 8-9 years for some of these guys? So you have to imagine, even if they're found out guilty, it's already impacted their lives
it's over.
For so long.
Not over.
Dude, this has been going on for almost a decade. How does anybody take this shit seriously?
Over, but it's...
No, it's not over. They're in the
on-
NHL. They're fine.
Yeah.
For a lot of them. But it's definitely affected them.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's over. It's crazy.
It's not over.
It's definitely not.
To be in the NFL and saying...
Young Philly's
NHL.
finished.
Who?
Young Philly's finished.
Who's that?
We covered the Young Philly.
He finished. Who's that?
Who?
Who?
I don't remember.
Young what?
I ain't never been to that city.
I remember a dude named Big Chunks, but...
Now, with that in mind, I think it's also important to note there is a lot when it comes to hockey towns and dudes forcing themselves on women. You have police forces that will cover it up. You have schools that will cover it up. And you have athletes who are treated like royalty and then permit themselves to harm people.
Even
that's super real.
In professional sports.
But I'm not talking about professional. I'm talking about amateur, which is levels below.
Yeah.
You're talking about if you're part of the popular team in your town in some sports.
People are going to cover up for it.
Hockey's the thing up here. So you have to imagine there's definitely a lot that happens. And this case should not be used as the barometer for whether or not everybody's lying or telling the truth. You should look at it based off the face of the evidence involved. And for these guys, from what I read, it doesn't look like they're guilty of this crime from everything I've read. There's definitely a tremendous amount of reasonable doubt. So I think they're going to be let off with due time. But yeah, it's crazy how a woman can just say this, be very evidently lying from everything that we can tell, and then still be able to derail people's lives for this long. I'm glad they went through the legal process. I wish they would have done this much, much faster so that for the people who are suffering, be it the woman, the alleged victim, or the man, that we can just get closure fast and move on.
And you can...
Dude, what's insane is the first trial ended in a hung jury. Like, who the fuck are the crazy whack job jury members that they're getting? Like, there must have been a bunch of women on the jury who are just, again, psychotic feminist wackos who are like, well, she's a woman, and we all know women never lie about anything, right? Like, that's the only fucking explanation. So hopefully this judge isn't like a fucking nut job, but dear God, that's insane.
You can say like, why would someone lie about that? Well, there's for different reasons. Maybe someone found out, and maybe someone said like, what are you doing sleeping with all these people? Well, I was not me. They forced me, and then they forced me that went too far. It's a possibility. I'm not.
Would you ever debate the JSTLK guy about Destiny's court case? He's become a cucked anti-fan and it's super cringe. Hit him up on Discord, his stream is warming up now.
Well, usually the whole Discord thing doesn't work out all that well, but I can, take a look. He's not on Discord, so... Yeah, I don't see him. Well, thanks for the donation, retard. The whole Destiny thing is just fucking insane. I was fairly neutral at first, but after seeing Pixie's Substack post about that, I knew immediately she was a crazy, manipulative fucking bitch. And that other chick that got involved in this, who filed a police report that doesn't look like it's going anywhere. I don't know what the hell she's freaking out about. There was only audio recorded, and there was a bunch of misinformation being thrown around that Just Talk was convinced about, that he recorded video of her without her consent and shared it. That never happened. Who in the fuck gives two shits if there was an audio recording? Big fucking whoop. And the sex video that he sent to that one girl with Pixie, there's a very plausible case for implied consent there. It doesn't seem to have ever been explicitly mentioned, but since she was sending sex videos of her and her ex-boyfriend, there's clearly implied consent, and she also is clearly lying about the whole thing. Oh, I got consent from him first. Why was that never ever mentioned? Why did you lie about never filming sex videos in the first place, and now all of a suddenly you have done it? But, oh, I got consent. Like, she's clearly just a manipulative fucking liar. It's a complete joke. And she outed herself, too, by the way. Like, if this whole thing was about, oh, my reputation is ruined, no one knew who the fuck was even in that video in the first place. It wasn't until Pixie publicly started talking about it that any of this, like, anybody even knew that Pixie was in it. And she's not an attractive girl, either. Like, anybody gives a fucking shit if somebody sees her naked. It's like, does anybody care if a dog walking down the street is fucking naked? No, it's a fucking dog. Nobody gives a shit that, like, Pixie is naked on video, because, yeah, she's basically fucking... It's like a dog. Oh, yeah, that's a naked dog. Thanks for the donation, the retard. Just random vids donated $2. Oh my goodness, what a pretty kitty.
You say gato? Oh. Shut up.
Simon. Thank you.
Gummy does that.
I know you're about to bite me.
Ow! say hi?
What's your name? Nice to meet you. My name's Warren. But you're just a pretty.
Most of these people are annoying jackasses, and they're just antagonizing their cats. They deserve to get fucking scratched.
Princess, come here.
Yeah, I hate these people. Palitired vegan content creator starving himself. Oh my god.
And this is what I ate today. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. As part of my hunger strike, I'm calling on the UK's Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, to end the blockade of humanitarian aid, including food, water, and medical supplies into Gaza. Please tag him in the comments with a minimum
May 10th, 2025, Gaza.
of 5 extra words. Your next task, write to your MP or representative using the email template in my bio. See you tomorrow.
These kids are so fucking cringe, dude. Just pathetic fucking losers. Like, you notice too, they're all fucking gay as shit. Like, you never see anybody who looks like me doing this crap. Find me one fucking jacked dude who actually lifts, who's doing this gay shit. No, they're all fucking feminine little twinks. No muscle mass, can't even fucking do a push-up, like the most bitch-made fucking attitude, and then, I'm gonna go on a hunger strike because I'm sad about Gaza. I didn't even know where to find Gaza on a map until like a couple weeks ago, but somebody told me Jews are evil, and then I knew I had to do something. Just, I can't stand those fucking people, dude.
I asked if I could get a Chanel purse for my push present.
Spell way for me.
W-A-Y?
You forgot the F.
There's no F in way.
You're damn right.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death.
That's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Do you recall a video entitled What is a Woman? Vegan Gains? It is a video of bloated Richard Burgess reacting to what is supposedly a woman, very fat and short hair, named Jasmine, and Fat Richard, and he is commenting on how fat and rotund they are.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
I think that's what it is. I'm just saying I would not be surprised. It's a small town. London is not big. London is not big. Yeah. People will know. Oh, she just went with those guys and then they just ran a train on. If your parents know that shit, if your family, if your town, people know who you are and what you did. Facts. And you keep on hearing about it.
Oh, dude. There's only 3 reasons why women will lie about these rape claims. 1, it's because they're embarrassed about the sex act. So if there's a group of dudes that you have sex with and then people find out about it and then you're known around town as the girl who got plowed by a bunch of dudes, they'll claim they're raped so that, oh, I was raped. I wouldn't do something like that. 2, they were cheating on their boyfriend. So rather than having to admit they're a cheater, they committed infidelity, you know, they're just like this sleazy, dishonest person who will sleep around. Oh no, I got raped. I was a victim. And then 3, there's just crazy, psychotic fucking cunts who will just claim they got raped because they just like the attention. Simple as that. They just want attention. That's it. It's that simple. And I can guarantee to you, the reason this woman lied about this rape claim is because she was embarrassed about the situation. Just a total joke, dude.
Can you check out this guy's latest story highlight titled, Announcement? He was a vegan chef influencer for 8 years.
What am I supposed to be looking at?
In my 5-part series of events, and this one was really special to me because it was the first of 2 Shabbat dinners, a Friday night dinner that I hosted for Jews and non-Jews alike with my friend Joshua Halmer, aka
I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo donated $2. Yeah, somebody already sent me that. Sailors seen dangling from top mast of the Mexican Navy vessel that collided into Brooklyn Bridge. Appears that several people were hanging and or clutching onto objects several hundred feet in the air in an attempt to avoid falling. Well, that was dumb. I think we can all agree Hillary Clinton was right about everything. About Trump, yeah. Not so sure about everything else. She was right about Russia. Former President Joe Biden diagnosed with aggressive form prostate cancer. Dying of cancer is not good enough for Joe Biden after doing a genocide and selfishly putting his own career ambitions ahead of the real threat of Donald Trump. Does this guy not remember that Biden ran against Trump? Wishing the steam and well should be considered a curse on your family for generations. Oh, look, another bitch-made fucking loser. Doesn't even lift. Fucking fat, loser, can't do a fucking push-up. Looks like a fucking gay ass. Oh, what a surprise. They're all the same. Oh, wait, we already... He posted this?
Just a small town girl.
Why is he posting that to Truth Social? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
JSTLK is scared and declined to debate, so never mind. What a cucked faggot. I heard he's trying to provide a witness statement to the case but only if it's under seal. Genuinely so retarded, I assume it's because destiny wished death upon him live. Cry.
Yeah, that guy is absolutely fucking cucked, dude. What a loser. I think him not being willing to debate the topic speaks volumes. It just shows the guy's a ideologue retard. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo donated $2.
These are not your regular wraps, they are tempeh kathi rolls. Welcome to 20 days of high protein Asian recipes, and on day 16 we're making these Indian kathi rolls with tempeh containing 35 grams of protein and 23 grams of fiber per serving, which is equal to 2 kathi rolls. They're relatively small but can be quite addictive, especially with the mint coriander yogurt sauce. First, chop up your tempeh, then add spices like chili powder, coriander, cumin, turmeric, salt, coconut cream, minced ginger and garlic, and mix that well. Air fry in olive oil until crispy, then chop red onion, tri-colored bell peppers for a vibrant color, and saute them together on a pan until half cooked. Add back in your tempeh and give that a good mix. For the chutney, combine coriander, mint, cumin, black pepper, garlic powder, salt, green chilies, lemon juice, and soy yogurt. Blend that until you get a smooth sauce. Spread some of that on your flatbread or chapati and place some filling. Fold them and secure with a toothpick if required. Enjoy and follow for more high-protein Asian recipes.
The yogurt is kind of triggering me. Yeah, you're probably gonna have to wait to sue him until he's out of office. What is this horse shit?
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing.
This guy has fucking crazy eyes. You can tell this guy is a fucking whack job.
Housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
I know it's hard work.
Check out the new Frank shorts. Well, that was nice of Donald Trump Jr. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What is your reflection after getting on a Fix Fearless livestream and getting the advice? Have you implemented anything? Kind of curious.
No. I can't be fucked. I don't care. We've already seen these shorts. We were reacting to them yesterday. But thanks for the donation, Senator. We run ads. Appreciate it.
I wanted you to look at his story highlight. You know those archived story collections at the top of profiles. The highlight is the newest one, titled Announcement.
Oh, that. Okay, so he's not vegan anymore. Don't care. He's a fucking loser. Thanks for the donation, Mango.
We are not vegan, they are carnist.
Yeah. Heard that one. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Son, known liar, donated $2.
The total runtime of it was like 2 hours, which was definitely faster than I thought it was going to be.
How long did
This
it
is
last?
America.
How long did it last?
The whole process took over about 2 hours, and they went back and forth. Like there was a point where he asked me all these questions. Like,
so how long was the interview?
Oh, I don't fucking know, dude. I have no idea. He's I think they did a.
I mean, you probably weren't counting.
They did like a timeline assessment, and I think they like added some time to like when the plane landed or something. I don't fucking know. Like, who gives a shit?
So when he got called out, he's not lying about it anymore and saying, I don't know, whatever. Yeah. It was about 5 minutes. The interview was literally 5 minutes. And he probably lied about the questions too, like, why are you traveling, you know, that sort of stuff. So, just a liar. Thanks for the donation, son, known liar.
Why till he is out of office?
Well, it's pretty hard to sue a president, I would imagine. And knowing Trump, there's a lot of corrupt levers that he could pull. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And at some point, you're like, it wasn't me. Shaggy. And then you have to go through.
There's actually already been court cases where women have accused men, they've gone to jail for decades, and then it came out afterwards, why did you lie? And they said, I didn't want my boyfriend to find out, or I was embarrassed. So you let a man rot in prison because you were embarrassed about what you did? Hell no, bitch. And they do like 2 months in jail, if anything, if they're lucky.
So most of the time.
So it's just one of them situations where plenty of people lie. They lie for all kinds of reasons, and I don't even understand why women don't believe that people would lie about this kind of stuff. When women make up rumors and lie about other women more than anyone else. When you ask women who they're bullied by, vast majority of them are bullied by other women. And how do they do it? Spreading rumors and lying. But all of a sudden, you don't think it can happen when it comes to men to ruin their lives as well? When there's no repercussions for it?
Here's the thing, like, all these, like, dumb bitch fucking feminists will complain about men being, like, violent and aggressive and, oh, men are so dangerous. Like, when men have problems with each other that can't be resolved through diplomacy, yeah, dudes will fight. They'll throw fists, sometimes a gun will get pulled out or something, but, there's just something that's a little more appropriate about the situation. Like, I would rather fight somebody or risk getting into a shootout or something versus this, like, passive-aggressive, manipulative, insane horseshit where lies get, spread about you, and then, like, weaponizing the fucking court system to keep somebody locked in fucking jail for, like, decades because, oh, I was embarrassed somebody would find out that I cheated on my boyfriend. Like, there's just something that gives me the ick about that versus, like, two dudes not getting along and then, like, pulling out a gun or something and then getting into a shootout. Like, I'd rather deal with that than have somebody, like, weaponize a court system against me and then get locked up in jail for 20 fucking years.
Vast majority of the time, no, there's people who lie. The same way, there's men who do this kind of behavior, right? There's some men who always go to this line, believing women, and say that's not real either. I don't know why we can't have a balance. Women lie, some dudes grape, some women grape. It's a thing.
It is.
So let's just stop and look at the evidence involved, and everything in this one points to these bitches lying. That's a lot of hockey sticks, right? That's a lot of hockey sticks. And it ain't crazy, from what I know about hockey players, they refuse.
React to this.
Let me tell you a story you won't believe. The first fucking time I ever came in my life was on a bench press.
He has to be lying about his wealth. Like, there's just no fucking way a dude who claims to be a mega millionaire. I remember he told Mark Bell that he was making $30 to $40 million a month. Mostly selling supplements, but through a few of his other businesses. There's no fucking way a guy making that kind of money would come up with some of the most ridiculous, embarrassing lies like this in a fucking Netflix documentary. So he has to be, like, hurting for money in some kind of way. That's just really, really bizarre behavior.
Probably turned out that I probably needed to come a long time ago. Like extra time.
A fucking loser. Thanks for the donation, N-word.
To share skates, but they'll share pussy.
Yes.
That's wild.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
But it's because,
All right, Pierce Morgan Mentz.
Farcical to me is this idea of this mythical creature that can take ketamine and MDA and booze and then have sex for dozens of days on end. Because what you're talking about now is an allegation that this, and I'm going to use its Mandingo stereotype of this crazed black man who's being prosecuted by 5 white women who are saying this man's sexual needs are insatiable.
The sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs is back underway in Manhattan today, with pop star Dawn Richard returning to the stand.
Pan-fried
The Danity
tofu.
Kane singer testified that when Diddy did not get his way, quotes, people could go missing, close quotes. She also told the court that she personally saw Diddy drag, kick and punch his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura. Well, much of the evidence so far has been damning, as prosecutors build their case that he was the kingpin in a criminal enterprise responsible for sex trafficking and racketeering. But despite that, some people believe the drastic nature of the charges could mean that Diddy will sensationally walk free. In a moment, I'll talk to Matthew Fletcher, the former lawyer of Suge Knight and Ben Chew, who successfully represented...
Check this out. How is his stomach bulging this fucking much? Okay, you say you love animals, but keeping a hippo in your apartment is going too far. I can't believe I want the days when she looked like Harry Potter back.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Johnny Depp. But we begin with a man who finds himself at the centre of the Diddy scandal. Lawyer Tony Busby filed multiple lawsuits on behalf of alleged Diddy victims, but has recently been hit with an extortion suit by Jay-Z and accused of, quotes, targeting black men, close quotes. Well, he joins me now. Tony Busby, thank you very much.
Attention, attention. All women are liars. Spread the news. This is important legal shit that should be on the Constitution. All women lie. Especially ugly women. And since you are on the subject, brubba ha ha ha.
You forcefully...
Cop arrests paraplegic in wheelchair for kicking down women's door and fleeing on foot. Not sure how that would be possible if he can't walk.
You forcefully entered her home and attacked her. Is this a joke?
This woman called the cops
Oh, thank God.
and accused a guy of kicking down her door and assaulting her.
So, what happened?
Were you eating vegan donuts on a daily basis? How was your face so puffy and bloated back then? Do you think you'll ever be that fat ever again? Did you see your face in that video for the 1 second that you played it? What do you think about those days?
No, I wasn't eating donuts on a daily basis. No, I don't think I'll ever be that fat again. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
Happened?
He kicked in the door. I ran. He choked me
Yes, the paraplegic in a wheelchair kicked down the door.
out.
But there was a minor problem with her story. The suspect has been a paraplegic in a wheelchair for 20 plus years.
How long have you been in your wheelchair? Since I was 18. Since you were 18? 5 years.
But the arresting officer just didn't care, and he attempted to arrest him anyways.
Again. It literally doesn't matter anymore. People will just go with whatever some stupid fucking bitch makes up. He kicked down my door, I had to run away, and then he ran away on foot as soon as I called the police. And then they go to the guy, he's a fucking paraplegic in a wheelchair. Couldn't have possibly done any of this shit. We're arresting you anyway, believe all women. What the like, why? Why does anybody care what women think? Like, I don't understand. Like, when they're lying like that, especially, why do they care? It's insane. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
He was declared the frontrunner for the New York Senate seat back in 1999. Days later, his plane crashed into the Atlantic Ocean, and his rival, Hillary Clinton, was elected senator. Mary Mahoney was a Clinton White House intern. She knew enough of the inner workings of Bill's sexual advancements to be a star witness during the Clinton impeachment trials. She was brutally executed at a Starbucks she was managing in 1997. In 1993, White House counsel Vince Foster was found dead in Fort Marcy Park near D.C. He supposedly killed himself, and among a lengthy list of potential foul play, the bullet was never found. Then there's James McDougal, a key witness for
Dude,
White House prosecutors.
The White House isn't fucking Game of Thrones, alright? Like, this is just ridiculous.
Superintendent Ryan Walters pulled a bait and switch on his own board. Thanks so much for joining me tonight at 5. I'm Naomi Kitt. Aaron Christie is on our top story tonight. Walters is accused of changing social studies standards without full transparency. Governor Kevin Stitt condemned the alleged actions. Aaron traveled to Oklahoma City for the monthly board meeting where that conversation got heated.
Right before the meeting started, Walter's staff handed out some documents called Facts Matter, Stop Playing Games. But it includes an email that only confirms the concerns of board members, that Ryan Walters gave them only a matter of hours to read 400 pages worth of social studies standards. Walters is not denying he altered the social studies standards to include students learn of potential discrepancies in the 2020 election.
Absolutely, there were changes made after it was paid for public comment.
But he is unwilling to acknowledge what 3 board members want, that he failed to point out the changes or give them ample time to read themselves. An email shows the board got the updated standards at 4:01 on Wednesday for a Thursday vote.
There are no differences between what you all were emailed, what you all were presented that day, and what was.
Yeah, well, you know, this guy's a lying Weasley fuck. Nobody likes him. What do you expect? Do you think Cenk is playing up the rage and drama for views like he thinks it'll get more views if he screams?
Do the right thing, but like, I feel like it's falling on deaf ears.
But
They've shown
Jordan,
what
how
they
can you say
want.
it's falling on deaf ears? Joe Rogan's talking
They're not
about
doing anything.
it. Like, I'm not just talking about Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and the far right. Rogan, Theo
Tucker
Vaughn,
Carlson's an
endlessly.
anti-Semite. Like, Tucker Carlson is a straight up anti-Semite. The reason he's taking that position is because he's an anti-Semite. He is a
Who
white
cares?
nationalist.
Like,
That's why
no,
he's doing
Jordan,
it.
I'm being serious. Hold on. If he's an anti-Semite and that's our speculation, okay, that's terrible, and I'm going to deal with that later. But are you trying to discourage him from? Like,
I'm not trying to discourage him. I'm not saying he's going to.
Why does it matter if he's an anti-Semite as long as he's trying to protect the children in Gaza? Oh, right. Oh my God. Hitler and the Nazi Party were in communication with the Grand Mufti in Palestine talking about wiping out all the fucking Jews in Israel, so that Palestinians could maintain independence and have their own state. Well, who cares if they're talking with Nazis and Hitler? Yeah, and Cenk plays it up for the fucking camera, I can guarantee you. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So he's literally apologizing for anti-Semitism and white ethno-nationalism now. Poodoo donated $2. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, they're so small. Look how little and fuzzy. Oh my God, those are nice deer. Oh. Oh my God. That is a nice cat. Oh my goodness, look at that cat. What a beautiful cat. Oh, that's that Tibetan fox. Yeah, they look really weird. Wow. Oh my god. Oh wow. Mongoose. Oh my goodness. Those are some good mongoose. Oh, and a warthog. It's a nice warthog. Oh, rabbit. Oh, wow.
Pepsi.
They're really good at jumping. Thanks for the donation, Poodoo.
Please name the trait on this psychopath.
Or a bit of a nihilist. Surprised by any of this. Am I a nihilist? I think
so.
the human race is superior. We should all unite and go
Which
to the
one?
stars like in Star Trek. The human race is superior to all the other races on Earth. Like the dogs,
Oh,
not the
yeah,
cats,
Got
the
you.
dogs.
I would kill this guy an infinite number of times over to save one single fucking cockroach. So, yeah, so much for human superiority there. Thanks for the donation, Bloopity.
Why do women these days hate men so much? VG hating an innate grump of people will always get you nowhere in life.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It literally looked like you were on one of those obese TV shows where they show the eating habits of whale couples. I would have guessed your diet was Doritos, 3 full-size pizzas, and a box of Entenmann's cookies and powdered sugar donuts just for dinner.
No, that's not what I was eating. Thanks for the donation, dude.
React to this.
Yeah, that kid's gay. That doesn't matter, he's still gay. Even gay dudes can like tits. Thanks for the donation, N-word.
Wow, bad empanada is correct and based. Why hasn't the New York Times given him a glowing profile yet? Where's his late night talk show segment?
"9/11 was an attack on a legitimate military target. Those within the towers were the soldiers of Western financial imperialism." He's a U.S. citizen, right? For the love of God, just somebody tell Donald Trump about these fucking Twitch streamers and shit, and just send them anywhere. I don't care if it's Venezuela. You can, like, parachute them into Afghanistan. Just make them go away. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Meanwhile, Richard 2 years ago.
Have all the donuts in the world!
Yes, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up.
I literally can't. I don't have muscle control. I'm not. Oh my god! Oh my god!
When another officer stepped in and questioned what was happening,
If you're paralyzed, somebody must have made a mistake. Because if the
What
door
was
was
the
kicked,
typical day of eating when you were fat and bloated?
I'd eat food just more often. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
in, he didn't kick it in.
he went to his lieutenant
Don't mean to interrupt your lunch. They got a quadriplegic guy up there in handcuffs.
who couldn't be bothered to get up off of his.
Hell, we live in a world where women are even writing songs about killing all men.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up and retarded. We have created a lot of dumb, spoiled people. Many of them are women, and they have been trained to blame their problems on people other than themselves. And so you have a bunch of like crazy whack job idiot women who are probably feminists or something, who think all of their problems are related to men when no, they're just losers. That's all there is to it. They're just pathetic losers who've never tried hard at anything. Soon as something gets difficult, they quit. And then they just blame men for all their problems when no, they're the problem. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. It's funny how the one fucking black dude who's on the police force is like going around saying, yeah, this lady's saying this dude kicked in her door when he's like in a fucking wheelchair, so how's that work? Like,
chair, but quickly accused the 100% innocent man who was in fact a paraplegic of lying.
Yeah, but it's phony wash. It's a ruse, man.
So-
I mean, it's an obvious attempt to not to go to jail. So
Yeah, but he is f***ed up from the waist below.
I've never seen a case where somebody was so clearly innocent, and it would take so little work to establish it, and nobody was willing to do the work.
yeah. Oh yeah, they quit and people still reward them. Yep. There's been a lot of initiatives, you know, with getting women into certain career positions and giving participation trophies and like all this horse shit. And yeah, it's just created a situation where women can do whatever the fuck they want. They can just be losers and they're still rewarded for it. Oh, at least you tried. You didn't make it. You didn't do it right. You know, but you know, you participated. Good job. You know, that sort of horse shit. You know, what's funny is you have, like, this is such a normal thing now. Like, the amount of women who say, oh, I'd never go out with a guy who wouldn't pay for the date. Like, if we go out to dinner, like, he has to fucking pay. And the whole idea behind that is, oh, I need to make sure he makes enough money. So, like, okay, so a man has to make all this money so that you don't have to work and you can sit at home. So men who don't make enough money are losers. They don't make money. They're fucking broke. Like, by their own standard, these women are fucking losers who aren't worth anyone's time. But then they somehow still get to say, oh, I'm great. I deserve this. I deserve that. When by their own standards, they're fucking losers and failures. Like, nobody holds women accountable for their fucking nonsense. It's all there is to it, and men are largely to blame. When you... Like when dudes hear this from these girls, they still go out with them because they're so fucking pussy hungry. And there's so many men who just lack self-respect and shit where they're just still willing to put up with this fucking horse shit.
Bad Empanada is actually an Australian who lives in exile in Argentina. I would vote for Republicans forever if they negotiated an agreement with Milei to extradite him so that he can face a firing squad. And yes, we are doing firing squads again.
I see. Well, yeah, hopefully something can be done about that. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Welcome back to the Civil Rights Lawyer channel, where my mission is to help protect and defend your constitutional rights by showing you all of the outrageous things that your government regularly does to people just like you. So if you share in that mission, happen again to somebody else. In June of 2024, a woman named Katherine Jensen, who is apparently completely insane, called police and reported that this man, Charles Reed, whom she claimed was her ex-boyfriend and they had broken up a few days earlier,
Oh, thank God.
Hi, how you doing?
had come to her house, kicked down her door, choked her, and then attempted to steal her car keys.
So, what happened?
He kicked in the door. I ran. He choked me out.
She also claimed that he fled on foot.
I guess he took off on foot.
In the body cam footage of that encounter, she apparently told the cops that she did not even want to press charges. Still, though, officers obtained an arrest warrant for Mr. Reed. This police officer named Mark Balot began to communicate with Mr. Reed by email. He basically tricked him into coming to the police station to clear up a case of mistaken identity. But what he really intended to do was to arrest Mr. Reed. When Mr. Reed arrived at the police station on March 20th of this year, Officer Mark Balot.
Dude. This is just unreal. Dodo donates $2. Until both men and women stop fighting each other, our society is doomed, in the words of Planet of the Apes. I'm not watching a fucking Planet of the Apes clip. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The same police officer who responded to the call where Miss Jensen made that report about Mr. Reed.
You know, I would just love to know if this chick like came across some guy who had like no arms. His arms were missing. Like they got blown off or something. Would she have said, "Yeah, he like smashed my door in and then he grabbed me with his hands and choked me and then he like beat me around and smacked me with his hands. And then like they did the same thing and a guy came who's like missing his arms," if they'd still arrest him. Like how ridiculous. like how stupid can things fucking get? He kicked my door down. He fled on foot. And the guy's a paraplegic in a wheelchair. Like, would they do the same thing if she made similar accusations about a guy who has no arms and just has a stump for an upper body?
Began to read Miranda rights and began questioning Mr. Reed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reed. My name is Officer Ballard. You're the one I've been emailing recently? Yeah, all right. Doing well. Give me a second. I'm going to just read you something, and then I'm going to ask you a couple questions, all right? Great. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to speak to an attorney.
He said, according to Miss Jensen, you forcefully entered her home and attacked her. Mr. Reed had
21st, $22, nighty or not, does his physique make you jealous? I would say not natty, and it's... Oh, damn.
When I married my wife, she was a Columbia graduate with a high-paying job. Now she's a stay-at-home wife who keeps an amazing home while I go out and do my thing. When I met her, I lived in my parents' garage and had no job.
Well, I'm happy for you, Jason, and I hope you have a long, happy marriage. But my advice is never, ever, ever get married. Even if it seems like a good idea, just always remind yourself marriage is a terrible idea and don't do it. But regardless, I hope you do have a long, happy marriage with your wife. And thanks for the donation, Jason. Really appreciate that. So I'd say this guy isn't natty, and it's not just because he has a very impressive physique. The one giveaway for me is his jaw. You'll see. It's not just that he has like a broad, like square chin or anything. Like he's very lean, so his cheeks are kind of sunken in. You can see the muscles on the side of his face, those muscles around your jaw. Those aren't going to be very large. You only see those muscles get really enlarged when dudes are on steroids. So when you're on steroids, it makes all your muscles in your entire body hypertrophy. So particularly the jaw is like very noticeable. Women get this too, who go on steroids. A lot of chicks who start doing steroids end up getting that weird muscular jaw thing right here. So I would say this guy is not natty. His physique is technically like achievable natty. Like it, he has a steroid-ish look. There's just a certain look that dudes have when they're on gear. They just look like harder and more full. And like his veins are kind of like bigger and more enlarged. But the real giveaway to me is just his jaw. That's an unusual amount of hypertrophy of his jaw muscles that if he was natty, you just wouldn't see. What do you notice about this picture of Michelle Obama? She looks like muscular and in shape because she like works out. Jesus. Just went over spike protein antibody levels in my patients. 46 unvaccinated, range 3.2. Vaccinated, range 335 to 25,000. Mean 13,424. So no difference? Okay.
As well, which is good. But no, I've got my third kid on the way, and it's like, are you going to try? Like, obviously, I know better than to let them do it, but how many parents out there? Obviously, the 25,000 kids a day is like there's at least that many parents out there just sort of going with the flow, trusting the doctors. And this gets to this whole pay to play on the vaccine side of things is incredibly insidious and seems like an obvious conflict of interest that should be addressed.
I think Mary has done a beautiful job with that, through her.
I don't know who Jack Cruz is. Don't really give a shit about just retarded, dumb shit, white trash, redneck losers talking about how vaccines are dangerous. Like, these people are overweight, eat like shit, smoke, drink. Oh, you gotta stay away from them vaccines. They kills people. Vaccines, they're real dangerous. Oh, I cares about my health. That's why I smoke cigarettes and drink alcohol and overeat and I'm obese. What the fuck ever, dude. It's just old news, boring, don't give a shit. Let them commit Darwinism and have their kids either die or get some like severe neurological problems from getting some kind of fucking infection. And next time there's a pandemic, those idiots can stay unvaccinated and fucking die. Whatever. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
I mean, we all saw what Richard was eating when he was morbidly obese and married to a literal whale. Jasmine would force him to order greasy Chinese takeout and drive 2 hours to Toronto to pick up 20 vegan cupcakes. Typical day of eating for them.
I wouldn't say that's typical, but thanks for the donation, 21st. Oh my god. No gum. Gum. What are you doing, Gum? Hello, Gum. Okay, come here. It's a good baby. How come you're always looking for snack? I just fed you. I just fed you and you're still looking for snack. How come you're such a snack monster? You know you're so beautiful? Yeah, you're so beautiful and I love you. Such a big, strong, handsome kitty. Oh my god, you have the most beautiful stripes. Oh, you are so handsome. You know, I love you so much. Yeah, you're my little baby. He's smelling my face. Yeah, that's a good baby. You're so handsome. Oh. Could you not? No, don't tip over the bowl. Dodo, donate $2. Well, at least they will be out of the gene pool. That is true. Why are you doing that? Well, yeah. That is one nice thing about stupid people. They're, better at wiping themselves out. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Stop knocking things off my desk. Okay, you donated the same thing twice, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
No idea who she was or what he was talking about.
According to Ms. Jensen, on this date, you forcefully entered her home and attacked her.
As the conversation went on, Mr. Reed insisted that he had nothing to do with this and that he had actually been paralyzed for like 25 years.
How long have you been in your wheelchair?
Since I was 18.
Since you were 18?
5 years.
That he was married. He was not any sort of recent ex-boyfriend to this person.
So,
yeah, that's
And you say you have no recollection of who she is?
I have absolutely no idea who that is. Yeah. Certainly haven't forced my way into anybody's house.
Because she was able to provide us with your exact information.
Why would they assume this guy was lying about being in a wheelchair if the whole pretense of the guy showing up to the police station was like, oh, somebody stole your ID, we need you to like come here and show us your information to like get this, you know, sorted out. Like there was never any pretense of you need to come to the station, we're investigating something, you've been implicated in a crime. Like none of this made any sense. Like these cops are just so outrageously fucking stupid.
Information and a description of how you look.
She describes that he's of average build,
Tall, short.
Average height.
that he has brown hair, that he's in black clothing.
So all black?
I want to say yes, sir.
But not that he's in a wheelchair. Never mentions it. And that is probably the number one thing you'd mention about somebody.
Especially as they're running away.
On foot.
I guess he took off on foot.
Charles and Catherine did date, but it was more than 20 years ago. They never kept in touch. He's been married for a decade with a newborn. And the day of the alleged attack...
Whoa. This chick is an insane psycho. They haven't talked for 20 years. And she's been like keeping tabs on this dude and just randomly one day decided to like call the cops on him? Holy fuck.
Charles says he was at a dinner party with friends. Did police contact you at all?
No, not at all. Not a single time.
But instead of looking into the situation further or acting on that information, Officer Balat instead handcuffed and attempted to arrest.
Did you see the one where they pounced on the black deaf guy with cerebral palsy? No, I did not hear about that one. Dude, cops are just so fucking stupid.
Arrest Mr. Reed, which ended up with Mr. Reed falling out of his wheelchair and onto the ground.
I truly have no idea who that is. Like,
I understand you say you haven't been here, but unfortunately, you do have the warrant out for your arrest. So I'm gonna have to place you into custody, and I'm gonna take you downstairs. You're gonna be booked and entered, and you're gonna have to go to jail. So, and you say you've been in this wheelchair since you were 18. If you have proof of all of this information that can be verified, if you get those documents in order, you could bring those with you when you go to your first appearance.
can I pee and stuff? Like,
You'll be able to pee. I'm gonna take you right down.
This is just psychotic. Like this isn't even a pretty girl, by the way. It's not like this is, you know, Scarlett Johansson, you know, some like really beautiful fucking girl who's like making these accusations. No, it's fucking trailer trash Betty, the fucking crystal meth addict, who's making this fucking accusation against the guy. And then they're assuming he's lying about being in the wheelchair when the whole reason he even came down to the police station had nothing to do with him being accused of any crime.
Of all of this information that can be verified, if you get those documents in order, you could bring those with you when you go to your first appearance.
Can I pee and stuff? Like,
You'll be able to pee. I'm gonna take you right downstairs. You're not even going anywhere.
This is crazy to me. Like,
Do me a favor. Put your hands out. Unfortunately, it is. Put your hands out.
I can't. Is this a joke?
Do me a favor. Lift your hands up above your head, please.
Dodo, donate Chiller's new thumbnail. Oh. I don't know why that's nice. I'm gonna save that. Gonna put that right there. That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I don't have muscle control.
Okay, that's fine.
It's not like
Put on the other side.
I literally can't. I don't have muscle control. I'm not. Oh my god! Oh my god!
33 to Radio Canal was sent a 40-mile location for a white male who fell out of a wheelchair.
Eventually, a second officer who happens to see what
Yes, this man kicked down a woman's door and fled on foot, clearly. You got the guy. Good police work.
what's going on comes over and he helps Mr. Reed back up into his wheelchair.
Like, this is hilarious, dude. Yes, officer. He, kicked down my door and, he then, proceeded to chase after me around my trailer and, he smacked me across the face. He grabbed me with both arms and he strangled me. And, then when I was screaming for help, he ran out the door and drove in his car. It's a 6-speed manual transmission with 3 pedals. He was wearing a gray shirt and jeans. Can you go and get him? Like, and then, like, this guy shows up to the fucking police station. Yes, officer. What did you want? Now I've been what? I broke into somebody's house and beat a woman. I don't have any arms or legs. Now, how many years have you not had any arms or legs, sir? I was born without arms or legs. Well, we're gonna have to see, like, some documentation on that, and, you know, when you go to court, you can verify all that. Now, can you put your hands behind your back? I don't have any arms, officer. Sir, if you don't put your arms behind your back, I'm gonna consider that resisting arrest. I don't know what you want me to do, officer. I don't have any arms. I can't put my arms behind my back because I don't have any. All right, sir, last warning. If you don't put your hands behind your back, we're gonna arrest you. Don't go for that weapon. Don't go for that weapon. Like, what the fuck is going on, dude? This is just fucking psychotic.
Wheelchair.
Can somebody please help me off the ground? I'm paralyzed. Can I get out of
This is just, like, this is one of the worst I've ever seen. Like, I've seen some stupid shit. Like, yeah, them attacking a deaf guy who couldn't hear, and they thought the guy was, like, just ignoring orders or something, and then they attacked him. I've seen them, like, attack black teenagers who are walking home from school for no fucking reason, because, like, some fucking white Karen said some black kid was in their neighborhood or something. Like, this is just one of the most insane fucking stories I've ever heard. Like, this guy's clearly fucking disabled, couldn't possibly have done what he's claimed of doing, and they just go along with it anyway. Like, how ridiculous can things get? Can somebody literally show up to a police station missing arms and legs, and they still believe a woman's story that, like, the guy attacked her?
Yeah, let's check them out. Oh, I was waiting for the paramedics to come. They're right next door, so.
Broke into your house. See, that's what I'm saying. But some things don't we're not. I can't do anything here. Okay, we have to roll on.
Unlike Mr. Balat, he immediately realizes that something is not right here, and he begins to ask questions.
What's the warrant for? Ag assault.
I broke into somebody's house.
From the trespass, ag assault.
How long ago?
June 19th. June 19th, 15th, 9th, one of those.
How long you been paralyzed?
25 years.
Okay. Make a phone call to me.
What did I do? Peggy's got this on. What have I done?
It's just showing that you have a warrant, but we're gonna do our due diligence, because if you're paralyzed, somebody must have made a mistake.
I thought I...
Okay, hold on. Who was the original agency? We are. Who's the detective? You are. Okay, give me a second.
I get my doctor on the phone.
He takes
There's one smart guy working at this fucking department, and he's surrounded by fucking retards. Like, wow.
the first officer aside and tries to get an explanation out of him.
I'm gonna let you know right now, he just walked the hell out of that wheelchair. I held him with the tip of my fingers, and he fell down and fell on the floor. But, basically, on, what day was this? I still remember the call. On June 15th last year, I got a call about a lady from 4111 Fredericksburg Drive. And so basically she was like, and when I got to the house, the front door was kicked in, and I think she was like hiding by the garage or something. And she comes out and she's bleeding from her arm. Her neck is bruised up and everything. She's like, my ex-boyfriend who we broke up 2 days ago just entered my home.
Her neck was not bruised up.
Attacked me. And then after that, I asked her, hey, you know.
Elias donated $2. Let me see. Stop firing at Ukraine, dog. Grok, make this person bald and obese. What? Okay. Yeah, there's that. Oh my god. Oh. Poor kitty. Oh. Dude, people who abuse animals are fucking scum. And I wish I could just be like the vegan Punisher and just mop these fuckers up.
Is taurine bad and leukemia causing? Particularly from energy drinks because of the amount.
Never seen any evidence of that whatsoever. Thanks for the donation, you. Aww. Cows are our friends. Cows are such sweet animals.
Who are the original Germans? Dark complexion, olive complexion, tawny complexion Moors. Bing fucking bong. And as you see, this nigga Adolf wasn't even the first Adolf.
Oh shit. Fuck.
They bumped the first Adolf and put an impersonator in there. This is him. Because again, the first ones that was the original Germans was dark complexion, copper complexion, Moorish people. So who you think they will put as their replacement centuries later? They will put people that look like them, right?
Okay, thanks for the donation, Elias.
Have y'all lived together? Yeah, we used to live together at this address. Do you have any of his information? He gave me his name, spelled it out, gave me a description, told me what he looked like, ran it through NCIC, it matched, and then I was like, is this him? She was like, yes, that's him. Gentleman right there, issue the warrant. So now he's saying, man, I ain't been here in like X amount of years.
Wife said he got shot at 19. He's been paralyzed since then.
He's do some backdrop.
So I was like, man, I don't know if this is true or not, and I can't ascertain that right now.
So, might need to call the district attorney's office. Because if the door was kicked in, he didn't kick it in. He didn't kick it in.
Well, she didn't say kicked in. She said, well, I can't recall if it was kicked in or if that's what she said.
She said kicked in. Oh my god. She also said he fled on foot.
Because all I remember I wrote was that forced entry was made. So if it was kicked in, and he has indeed been paralyzed since he was 19 years old, that would be kind of hard.
I mean, because I'm looking at his legs. I got a couple of relatives that are quadriplegics. That what we see with his lower extremities ain't for play.
Okay.
That's legit. And if he was born in 82, that means he was shot in 2001. And he's been paralyzed since, 19 years. I would suggest calling the district attorney's.
This how Richard used to walk when having arguments with the jazz man.
It's already too late, so it won't make sense. So where am I going to? It's already too late. So.
All right, thanks for the donation, Jacked Up. I did used to walk that way.
Office. Let them know what you got. And even though she...
Because now it's looking like she might have made a false report. So that's what I was looking like. I was like, I don't know. Because between...
A woman lying about something? A fucking crack addict living in a trailer park? You don't say. Like...
Now in June, that's what, 9 months. I was like, I don't know if something happened between those 9 months that might have put him in a wheelchair.
Let's walk back here.
He then walks with the first officer over to where their lazy lieutenant is sitting on his ass eating lunch on his messy, sloppy desk, and he tries to inform him of the situation. But the lieutenant already knows about the situation, and he doesn't care at all.
Don't mean to interrupt your lunch. I'm stepping in, helping out a little bit. They got a quadriplegic guy up there in
I
handcuffs.
just told him about that.
Oh, he already got the rundown?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's phony wash.
Yeah, but how could he? And I just want to put it out there. He flopped out the wheelchair. I was like, can you raise your hands? Because I'm trying to, pat him down, make sure he doesn't have anything. I don't know if the camera's going to catch it, but I got him by the tip of my fingers. And he just...
It's a ruse, man.
So...
I mean, it's an obvious attempt to not to go to jail, so...
Yeah. But he is fucked up from the waist below.
That is pretty... After actually seeing him, I agree. But then again, like I said, I don't know what happened between 9 months ago from now, and I don't know how much muscle mass you lose from not using your legs. So I don't know if,
That's for the court to decide.
Yeah. Wife said he's been paralyzed for 19 years, so... Okay.
I mean, just get ready to declare it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all you need.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
so I don't know, y'all better get the lawyers on standby, because I know damn well he's going to make a whole issue out of this.
I don't know, I'm a paraplegic, so it's like I can't really tell what's happened to me.
I got you.
You know?
Right. So, if you need his information. So I just spoke to LT and Major. Unfortunately, I still have to take him because it's a felony warrant. Now, I don't know what's happening between you and this young lady, whatever you guys had.
Young lady.
That's not...
Yeah, I understand that.
So...
Young lady. What? Like... These people are fucking delusional whack jobs.
Report that's going to be on her. Obviously, like I said, I explained, I noticed your condition, I see it, but I have to do my due diligence. It's a warrant out. I have to go ahead and take you in. So now that's going to be up to you and the courts and your lawyers.
I can't think for myself and just piece together basic information, and I'm a dumbass, and there's rules that I gotta follow. I've been told to do things, and obviously I can't think for myself, so I'm gonna have to arrest you when clearly you're innocent.
And her and that
what? Like
to
Oh my
establish your
God.
innocence until proven guilty. So at this point, she says you kicked down her door. It don't look like you could kick anything. No offense at this point in time. So that's why I told you earlier. If you have documentation that you were shot at 19, that you've been to Grady, that you
I do. I can provide it in 10 minutes from now.
So give me
I
one
mean, I can
second.
just call my doctor, right? I mean, like,
I need paper.
I
If it
can
ain't
go
on paper,
get
it
it
don't
from
happen.
them. I mean, you can call the DMV and see that I've needed mechanical aids on my license for the past 25 years. You can call, we can drive to Grady right now.
Give me 1 second. Let me, actually.
Have you reacted to the bomber's anti-natalist manifesto?
No. So the guy was an ethicist? Oh my God. Fucking Washington Post. There's no way an anti-natalist would do this. This guy has to be like an Amendum fan who's ethicist. I don't know, I don't know if, they made this, article understandable for your average reader by just saying anti-natalist, but this sounds more like an ethicist thing. Anti-natalists don't go out and bomb shit. The ethicist community, they're unhinged fucking wackos, and there have been a bunch of them from that community who have admitted they've had to talk some of their friends out of committing mass shootings. He's guaranteed an ethicist, not just an anti-natalist. He has to be an ethicist. Yeah, anti-life. IVF bombing suspects manifesto is anti-life. So he's an ethicist. He was almost guaranteed part of Enmendum's community. Retard donated $2. Let me see. Gum gum, no. No gum gum. No gum gum. No gum gum. No gum gum. Lots of speculation. The IVF clinic bomber was a pro-lifer, but his manifesto says the end goal is for the truth. Ethylism. Yeah, I was dead on. There's no way an antinatalist would do that. Once it does, we can finally begin the process of sterilizing this planet of the disease of life. Yeah, this guy was guaranteed part of Enmendum's community.
Okay.
All right, thanks for the donation, retard. We gotta watch this.
Kind of an emergency video. A guy named Guy. That's all I knew him as. Had
He knew him. Gary fucking knew this guy. Wow. I wonder if he talked him into doing it.
Has done something really stupid and pointless and even show-offy or something, you know, and in a sense, you know, put the entire subject in jeopardy in some way by associating it with some dumbass act of violence. And again, I have argued against that always in every conversation and personally.
Okay, dude. I'll be as charitable as possible. I'll take him at his word that, yeah, consciously speaking, Gary does not promote violence, but when you hear this guy get, like, frustrated and amped up when he's having a debate with somebody, he'll fucking flat out say, like, oh, if I ever got a girl pregnant, I'd throw her down the stairs and kill her or something. So, yeah, on the one hand, like, you'll never find Gary making any sort of post or, you know, statement or something declaring, I'm pro-violence, go out and bomb IVF clinics, mass shootings are good, anybody who's a fan of mine, I, like, support mass shootings. You'll never hear him say that. But when he gets frustrated, you'll start to hear what he, like, really truly feels. And he will, like, he will say, oh, if I ever got a girl pregnant, I'd kill her. So, you know, he's being a little dishonest here by saying, oh, I've always been against violence. He has promoted violence. Like, the idea that you should kill people if they, like, reproduce. He hasn't, like, explicitly said that outright, but he's at least made, you know, personal claims of what he would do if he ever, like, got a girl pregnant or something. That is clearly an implicit suggestion that you should go out and commit violence against people who are reproducing.
With people, and in every video I have ever made, I have never advocated any kind of show off. I'm opposed. I sit there and make arguments. I'm against protesters. So obviously I'm against terrorists. You know, and it's just a perversion of the philosophy in a lot of respects. I mean,
is he
obviously,
out of his mind?
He's, you know, the irony of the story is the movie I was talking about in the most recent video. In fact, people with nothing to lose are dangerous. And, you know, unfortunately, a higher percentage of them are going to show up here than at a, you know, a Trump rally. Just a fact. But I'm just pointing.
Richard would have showed up hours early for this book signing.
Yeah, I probably would. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up.
Out to make it clear, I had nothing to do, no knowledge, no anything about any of this stupidity.
So he knew this guy. He was probably communicating with him directly, and he's worried the FBI might show up at his door. I don't know. I have no idea what was going on behind the scenes and what exactly he told this guy. But I knew it. I called it. I knew it. As soon as I heard this guy was antinatalist, I knew there's no way he's antinatalist. He's an ethylist. And again, in all likelihood, he was part of Amendum's community. And yeah, sure enough, he was an ethylist. And he was actually in direct contact with Amendum. There was another fucking mass shooter, the Sandy Hook shooter. The Sandy Hook shooter was a fan of Emendum, and Emendum's content encouraged that autistic kid to commit a mass shooting at that fucking school.
It's certainly not my fault that he has in some way bent a commentary on the
I debated Emendum before.
The negative reality of reality into an excuse to put his name on one of these silly stupid human tricks. Yeah, it's a stupid human trick. Anyway, so I just disassociate all whatever. I'm saying clearly not my fault. I haven't done anything wrong, okay, by having a philosophy that says life is poopy. It doesn't mean you go out and try to assassinate whatever, the breeding machine or the clinic or the this or the that. Just as vegans might.
We've got one mass killer who, again, was a fan of Emendum's content. And we have another guy who committed a bombing, which I don't know if anybody else was killed other than the bomber. Like, dude, a pattern is starting to form. You've got to realize that when you have a philosophy that says breeding is one of the most horrible, despicable things you can possibly do, and we have to all pull together to wipe out all sentient life, what is the logical fucking conclusion to that? Like again, Gary on video has claimed if he ever got a woman pregnant, he'd kill her and the baby if she refuses to get an abortion. I mean, like it's obvious the logical conclusion to his moral philosophy is you should bomb IVF clinics because the amount of harm that's committed is far outweighed by, the supposed benefit that's gained if you believe, in the philosophy of ethylism. So, Gum's whacking around some floof on the floor. Yeah, so this... I think ethylism is just fucking stupid, dude. It's just dumb. You're never going to convince a mass amount of people that we should work together to exterminate all sentient life. Like, let's all get the nuclear weapons that we've stockpiled and just set them all off. You're never going to convince a mass amount of people to go along with that idea. And the only people who are actually going to follow through with ethylist philosophy are unhinged fucking whack jobs like the guy who bombed the IVF clinic or the Sandy Hook shooter. So, like, what are you doing? You're doing nothing, but like the guy is literally doing nothing but making everyone think he's crazy, and then the few people that he's actually convincing to, hop onto his philosophy are all like crazy, weird, depressed losers, and some of them are going to be fucking unhinged and like literally commit terror attacks.
What is ethylism? How is it different from antinatalism? Genuinely don't know, I'm curious.
The distinction between ethylism and antinatalism is antinatalists just believe that you shouldn't reproduce because reproduction causes harm. Ethelists are in favor of extinction of all sentient life and possibly all life, period, because life could lead to sentient life. So they don't just want to convince people not to breed. They want to convince people that we should all kill ourselves and kill other people and stop them from living and breeding. So most of them are in favor of the idea of like making some kind of super bomb that would immediately like blow up the entire world. Antinatalists don't, you know, ascribe to that idea. They just want people to stop breeding. Ethelists want to create a quote-unquote super bomb that will kill everyone and everything. Like, that's the main distinction. You can go to Amendum's website. He breaks down the philosophy and, like, his basic argument for Ethelism. He's a moral realist, and he thinks life is inherently a moral bad. So anything you do to cause the extinction of life is a moral good. Again, that's distinct in some ways from antinatalism. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Richard likes to bulk. Who else remembers when he called Eddie Hall's wife ugly and also called Isaac Butterfield gay because he didn't find Jasmine attractive? Lamau. I'm honestly speechless as to how you could have gotten so obese with Jasmine.
Okay, that's great, dude. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
When you start dating again, will you date another fat Harry Potter impersonator, or will it be someone not fat and nerdy? Why was she so fat? How did sex work with so much fat?
I don't know if I'm ever gonna date again. The thing is, kind of sick of explaining this over and over again. I don't need anybody. I'm perfectly happy being alone. The only time I'd consider dating somebody is if I think they can actually add to my life. So, like, make, you know, the basic daily experiences I have better. And the vast majority of people on the planet can't do that. So, I may be alone for the rest of my life. There's a possibility that I won't find anybody like that, but, you know, we'll see. Thanks for the donation, Richard's purple-tipped cock.
So basically he is favor of the extinction of all life on Earth, much like the Lich from Adventure Time.
Yeah. He's basically the Lich. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I talk about animal farming as being as bad as the Holocaust and concentration camps. It doesn't mean they're advocating that people go out on rescue missions and you know, kill the Nazis, so to speak. So anyone who does act up, you know, it's on them. It's not on the fact that they have an underlying philosophy that says blue is a terrible color and I'm going to go get it. It's just not how you can't, you know, you can't blame the philosophy for what people do with it, or to it. And, you know, so I just make it clear to anybody who thinks there was anything other than, you know, these videos over these years, just talking about my personal perspective, and it has absolutely nothing to do with any kind of weaponizing or strategy to do anything but have a philosophical conversation about reality. There's absolutely nothing, okay, other than what you see is what you get.
Okay, that's just nonsense. Look, if if I made a YouTube channel dedicated to the philosophical conversation that, like, it's okay to commit rape, like, you can say that I just want to have a philosophical conversation about whether or not it's okay to commit rape, and I'm on the, like, pro-rape side. I think it's okay to commit rape, and I want to have a community dedicated to convincing people that rape is okay. And then you have, like, your followers go out and commit mass rapes, and then you say, I don't see how I'm responsible for any of this. Like, like, buddy, give me a fucking break. Like, take some fucking ownership over this. You're literally telling people that we should all, like, commit to exterminating life. And then when your own fucking followers and fans do that, you disavow it. Like, what are you doing? When is this guy gonna, like, come to his senses and be like, you know, this is all stupid and pointless. Like, maybe I should just tell people to not have kids, like, and leave it at that.
My personal conversations are no different than this conversation, and I have never advocated anything. Why would I advocate something stupid? Something so stupid, just completely, in a sense, destructive. Yeah, okay, it's in the papers for a couple of days, and in a totally negative context, and it gets a little bit more visibility. But this is stupid. I guess it's not as dumb as a school shooter, but it's dumb.
So, again, the Sandy Hook shooter was a fan of Gary, and Gary's content is what inspired the Sandy Hook shooting.
And I didn't have anything to do with it. I don't advocate anything. I don't suggest anything. I don't endorse anything ever that involves anything act up-ish in any way.
That's bullshit. He's on video saying that it's a good thing to kill women who get pregnant with your children.
I'm a civilizationalist. I believe in law and order and all of that crap.
Like, is it any surprise that one of his fans bombed an IVF clinic when, again, he's on video stating, and he's done this multiple times when he's got into heated conversations, saying that you should kill a woman if she ends up having your kid. Jacked Up donated $3. Let me see. When your homie says the most reptilian thing you've ever heard come out of his mouth, but he says no repto though after. Okay. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up.
And no one's ever going to prove otherwise. I've never suggested anything otherwise. So, just unfortunate. Then, I'm stuck with, the fact that he did mention in Mendham, and I can't make him unmention it. So, he obviously wasn't. Somebody had much respect for me since he did that. In the sense that, how does anybody associated with him, how does he think anybody he's forced an association to is going to feel about being, mentioned, as some sort of comrade? He wasn't my fucking comrade. Yeah, we weren't fellow.
Father of bomber suggests he was brainwashed.
Father of California fertility clinic car bombing suspect speaks out. Said he had always known his son, guide words, to have a good heart, believes he was brainwashed.
Do you know about the beliefs?
I I've never known to believe anything like that before. No, I never even heard of him talk about something like that. I haven't seen him in 12 years. Last time I saw him, he was a good kid. He liked hiking. He liked to go mine hunting. He liked to go rock hunting. He liked his computer. He was happy-go-lucky. He used to stick up for people. If somebody, bigger kids were picking on smaller kids, he would help the small kids. They make the big kids leave him alone. He had a good heart, and it's hard for me to believe that this was him. They don't know him like I know him. They want to judge he's this and he's that, and they're glad they should have shot him, and they don't know his heart. He had a good heart. Something changed him. Something along the line last year or so. Somebody started getting to him, brainwashing him or something, I guess. I don't know. People change.
Yeah, he's kind of onto something. It's called Gary Emendum. Yep. Thanks for the donation, retard. Do you like David Benatar? I don't give a shit about him. The whole antinatalist thing is fucking stupid. Like, in my opinion, antinatalism is a dumb ideology. It's not that, it's like stupid to believe you shouldn't have children. Like it's not right or wrong antinatalism. It's all a matter of perspective. What makes it stupid is like just the practical reality, making it like some sort of political interest of yours to convince people to not have kids. Because you think you're committing some sort of moral wrong by having children, like that's stupid, making it an actual political interest. You're never going to convince everybody to not have kids, and the people who are most susceptible to being convinced of this are going to be fairly wealthy people who are more educated, and they're also like more likely to be like fairly productive. So you're just going to convince like some of the more smarter, more productive people to not have kids, then you're going to have dumbasses breed more. It's literally like reverse eugenics, where rather than ensuring like the smarter, more fit people have kids, you're ensuring like the dumber, lower class, what's the word? Less conscientious type of people will have children. And then you're just going to be left in a situation where you just have people who are more prone to creating the issues that you think antinatalism will solve. And on top of that, like, again, antinatalism is going to be most likely going to be adopted by like modern Western society. So you're never going to have like Islamic nations adopt antinatalism. So yeah, breed the smartest, most productive people out of existence by not breeding. And then you're left with like crazy fucking jihadist whack jobs in Afghanistan. Like what political goal are you achieving by doing that? It's just stupid. So, like it's fine to kind of discuss these things and explore its intellectual value, but again, antinatalism being like some sort of actual political goal that you want to achieve, it's out of this world fucking stupid.
Natty or not? Also rate this guy's workout routine. The guy has acromegaly BTW.
Well, it's pretty good gains. Is he natty? He could certainly be natty. Like, most people who take steroids are not going to look like Mr. Olympia competitors, so Some guy that you see at the gym who you think has like the most mid or below mid physique you've ever seen, like there's a good chance he's on steroids. So anybody could be on gear, but there's nothing about his physique that would make me suspicious. T-bar rows, floor press, core focus body weight. He barely does any fucking training. I have a hard time believing that he grew that much muscle. I don't know what time frame this was. I don't know what time frame this was, but I have a hard time believing that he literally only trains like 3 days a week and only does one exercise. If he made that kind of progress. Like, he doesn't even like bench, right? Yeah, he does floor press, and that's it. That might be his current routine, but I have a hard time believing he actually gained that much muscle mass only training 3 days a week and only doing one exercise. He may actually be on gear because like that's a ridiculously low amount of volume. Claim to achieve this naturally through some kind of esoteric workout plan involving spamming overhead press as he started lifting 5 years ago. Okay, well, yeah, he's on steroids. Yeah. He's bigger here than in the other photo. He clearly has gynecomastia. Very obvious in his right nipple. This may be flipped around. Actually, no. You can tell the picture isn't flipped because the letter in the background. So yeah, his right nipple has clear, obvious gynecomastia. His skin is also extremely red. And it's red in strange places. His midsection is not red, but his entire chest, shoulders, neck, arms are all red. So unless he's walking outside with some sort of towel wrapped around his stomach, that is clearly redness caused from steroids. So yeah, this guy's on gear. He just doesn't want to train very long or very hard, and yeah, he's on gear. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
Wow, he is even worse than the Lich.
I wouldn't say he's worse, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Travelers, obviously, in my opinion, any meaningful way, because at minimum it was really stupid. Now obviously people are crazy and you can't, it's hard to do anything about fucking crazy. You can't,
What Richard really means when he says he does cardio on his bike.
I do, in fact, do cardio on my bike. I paid way too much fucking money for my bike not to actually use it, so I can guarantee you I actually do cardio on my bike. Thanks for the donation, though, Jacked Up.
Damn. It's just really unfortunate that this is just going to create a bunch of negative bullshit. that's going to be based on a bunch of more fake news and
Is that what you call it?
Lies and bullshit. And, you know, it's...
He should have never uploaded this video. What an idiot. Like, maybe it would have come out eventually, but most of the mainstream press about this shit only referenced antinatalism, and I'm assuming that was an editorial decision because nobody knows what the fuck ephilism is. So if they put ephilism in the title, people will just be fucking confused. And so the likelihood of any normal fucking person linking this back to Gary is like impossible. And again, case in point, the fucking Sandy Hook shooter was a fan of Emendem. No one knows who the fuck Emendem was, even though Sandy Hook got an insane amount of media coverage. So why the fuck did he even upload this? Like, what a fucking retard.
Such a pointless and irritating distraction. So...
Yeah, I saw Gary Yourofsky
there, that's
working
my
with
statement. Sorry. Condolences to anybody's life who was fucked up.
So do FLists want to end humanity? Like have everyone in one generation collectively agree to not reproduce?
No, they want to kill everybody. So again, they want to make a quote-unquote super bomb and blow up the Earth. And they don't just want to kill off humanity, they want to kill off all sentient life, but again, ideally all life, period. I've already explained this. Gary also has a website where he explains ephilism, so you really didn't need to ask that, but thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Up by this idiot. And condolences to civilization for having to clean it up and do all this bullshit afterwards.
Menem said in the video the bomber mentioned him. Oh, okay, maybe that's why.
Sorry. Not my fault, but...
Elias donated $2. How can this shit not make you an F-list? It's gonna be like... Yeah, I don't want to see animal abuse, dude.
You know, but I'm
Is there any particular reason why you have to send me videos of animal abuse? Like, what do you think you're gonna get out of that? Go fuck yourself. Don't send me that garbage. I don't need to see it. I know that goes on.
This is what... I'm sorry, there's crazy people on Earth.
And, like, by the way, you know I'm fucking streaming, too. Like, are you trying to bait me into fucking putting shit on, like, on the fucking stream? That'll get it taken down and get me a community guideline strike? Go fuck yourself. You're a fucking asshole. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. $2 fucking to, like, risk having me show that on stream? Fuck you.
Yeah, it's not my fault. Anyway, so till the next time and such and so forth and whatnot. Yuck. Shit.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
I can show you my handicap placard that I got 15 years ago.
Give me 1 second. Let me go talk to my manager real quick. I'm so sorry, last thing. He's saying that he can prove with paper documentation that he's been in the wheelchair for that long.
Okay, but you can still punch somebody in the wheelchair, right? I mean, that doesn't mean that he didn't do what he was accused of, right?
She claimed he kicked down the door and fled on foot. Like, oh my god. Buddy.
So,
I mean, he could have forced entry if he had a tool, or, I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't think just because you're in a wheelchair it does mean you
can't break a door down.
Right.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I'm going to have to take you today, sir.
Can I talk to whoever that guy was? The
it's really nothing he can do, and he's the one that's telling me because you still have an active warrant, and that warrant isn't going anywhere. I've even went so far as to reach out to the district attorney and see if there's something that I could do, but they're not answering. So unfortunately, I had to take you and
told me that I could provide documentation.
Yeah, I'll get this. That actually looks fucking dope. Jacked Up donated $3.
I didn't see you when I was backing up in my truck.
You should debate Not So You're a Diet. The vegan she's debating isn't doing a good job. Who the fuck is that?
You just disagree with that, or
I would need to see some counter evidence of like maybe Alberta just has a really incredible dairy system that nobody.
This chick's a dumb bitch. I don't care about her. I've seen her before. She's a fucking moron. Don't give a shit about wasting my time with some loser.
That's not a right.
Oh wait, fuck.
I didn't see you when I was backing up in my truck.
Alright, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up.
Right now matter, that's going to be a later on matter.
Can I talk to the
and even
judge?
still,
Can the judge-
and even
can
so,
can somebody like the judge
I'm
see
trying to
me?
tell you, and even so, you're in a wheelchair that doesn't.
I want to talk to like a judge or something. Could I get speak to like a magistrate or something? I
you're
want to get this
saying-
resolved because somebody that can think critically.
I'm not
can look at it.
understanding because you're saying that you had no muscle control, but yet you wheeled yourself from across the street and somehow got into.
I don't have muscle control after the thoracic 3 vertebrae, right? So I have hand control. I have hands. I have a
You're
license.
doing exactly what I just asked you to do before when you fell on the floor.
Yeah, because I'm balanced, right? When I have 2 hands here together, I always have to hold myself.
So that's one, and two.
What do you mean that's one?
And two, you're saying you can't sit down, but you have to sit in the
Because I'm on a
car.
specialized cushion. Do you see this cushion that I'm on right here? It's a specialized air cushion with specialized compartments. I will get a bed sore if I sit on anything other than this.
Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't a bed sore when you sit or lay somewhere for a very extended period of time?
It is.
It's not going to be an
So that'll be
extended
the
period of
start
time.
of that.
I'm pretty sure the jail has things that can accommodate you and you will go with your chair. I'm not saying that I'm going to take you, your chair's going to stay here, your cushion's going to stay here, and you're just going to be asked out in the back seat of a car and then in a hospital and then whatever the case may be.
You're not explaining that to me as you're saying those statements though, right? So I'm justified in not knowing that information.
Oh, my apologies. I thought that was kind of implied that where you go, your chair would go with you.
That's not implied to me at all. I haven't been in a police department my entire life. I can know any single thing about this life, right?
My apologies. I'm letting you know right now, your chair will go with you.
Yeah, I'd still love to speak with somebody of higher tier. I simply cannot accept that this is the remuneration for this after I've been in contact with you for a month and a half.
You've been in contact with me for
These cops sound like they should be a door greeter at Walmart, not anybody who's responsible for like taking away people's rights.
A couple weeks.
Months are made of weeks, I guess, you know.
Mr. Reed is not a criminal. He's never been in this situation before. He just can't believe that law enforcement, the criminal justice system, could be this wrong, could be this incompetent. But boy, was he wrong. He wanted to speak to a judge. They don't give him access to a judge, but they give him a supervisor. So here comes the supervisor. And as you can see, he's a lot of help.
That's my sergeant. He'll be able to speak with you.
Can you call this person and figure out what's going on with our group?
Long story short, he has a warrant for ag assault out of here, 411 Fredericksburg Drive, and
a little more than halfway down page 9 of the collected works of Adam Alanza, Sandy Hook shooter, he mentions Gary and how he differs from Ephilism. Bunch of wacky shit in here.
I think I already read through this at one point. This was a pretty young kid, and he was also like autistic and never really communicated with anybody. So a lot of his philosophical beliefs are like self-contradicting, and a lot of it's also just untrue and stupid. Differ from Ephilis in several regards, and the main issue is they invoke these cultural abstractions like rights and morality to further their ideology. I'm not appealing to anything. Recognize that there's no transcendent about my ideas. They're just a consequence of the life I've lived, but it's kind of like how Jay Sender said there are so many people from different backgrounds who come to the same conclusion about antinatalism. I'm not appealing to anything. You can just look for yourself. Simplest way just needs that you did. It's just need that need not exist. Yeah, whatever. Just a dumb, crazy kid. Thanks for the donation, retard.
He needs to be transported, and I'm.
Elias donated $2. Let me see. No, he does not.
At this airplane flying overhead and see if it really can pick up sounds from far away. Kick that nigger bitch off the plane!
Rare W. Don't care about Gypsy Crusader. He just there to fuck up white people. Yeah. She did her uncle dirty.
One thing, bitch, don't ask me for a goddamn thing, motherfucker. Don't ask me for nothing, because I don't play this bullshit.
You don't like
Don't worry about it, man. I don't like that. I don't go with this shit. Fuck you, get your black ass to your mammy house. You goddamn, we don't do motherfucking shit in my goddamn head, motherfucker. You sat there and knew what you was doing, you're lying. So I don't fuck with you. So I don't fuck with you.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Elias.
He's saying that he has obviously a medical condition and that he can't be transported.
I'm really saying that I'd like to speak to a judge or somebody who can adjudicate some aspect of this other than simply taking me to the hospital. Like, this is... Like, this is...
You better answer the phone.
What is fucking going on, dude? This is just unhinged.
So really, I would just love some information. Like,
To a judge right now. You know when you go to court.
I don't know anything about this, honestly. Like, this is a complete total surprise to me. I literally have been in communication with this gentleman for a month, trying to figure out why in the world I have a warrant. I feel like I was tricked into coming here today.
Tricked into coming?
Yeah, because like, he told me I could just come and sign some piece of paper because he didn't have any knowledge about what the warrant was. I have the email that I could show you.
Did you recently get put in a wheelchair or what?
25 years ago. 25 years ago. I was shot when I was 18.
Okay, all right. Have we looked up this case number?
You said I kicked in a door?
I didn't say kicked in, I said forced entry was made. So, what happened?
He kicked in the door. I ran.
Dude, this is the same cop. So he's a fucking retard. He was literally there hearing this woman talk.
He choked me out.
So you said in the email, you said you never talked to me or you don't remember anything about me, and that I could come down to sign a piece of paper to handle it all.
Then finally, this lady shows up. I'm guessing she's some sort of a transport officer. Best I can tell, she arranges for him to come back in and turn himself back in, buying him a little more time, perhaps to go hire his lawyer or whatever he ended up doing, to avoid actually going to jail.
He came in to settle the
2007 in Richards High School.
Letter in a sentence. Keisha told me that Brittany wanted to fight me and I said letter, cause I would drag her ass.
Use the word harassment in a sentence.
Keisha didn't know how to pronounce the word, so Jessica was trying to crack on her. I said, Jessica, shut up. You know what her ass meant. You knew exactly what her ass meant. You just trying to be funny.
Can you use the word extinct in a sentence?
Every time I come here, it stinks. And I don't like that smell. That is so disgusting. It stinks. It be so stinking.
You know what? You need to get that under control. Use the word cinnamon in a sentence.
Lord, please send a man that is not going to cheat on me because I am so tired of Brandon and his line. Like, please, Lord, just send a man. Send a man, Lord.
Are you f***ing kidding me? Use the word Baghdad in a sentence.
Girl, you look good. Won't you bag that ass up? Hey, bag that ass up.
It wasn't quite like that, but close. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up.
Matter with the whole warrant thing.
Okay.
All right. So no, that's why.
So you came to turn yourself in?
He came to talk to me about the warrant. So I asked him some questions.
Well, he said he had no recollection of me or anything, and that I could come in to clear it up, that I could sign a sheet of paper to clear it up. And so I just simply came in because, of course, it's mistaken identity, and so now I've been thrown on the ground.
Thankfully, he ended up not actually being arrested on that warrant. The warrant was eventually dismissed, but only after the story literally ran in the Atlanta TV news market. The crazy lady eventually publicly admits that she's absolutely nuts and she had no contact with this guy. And it's also revealed that the cops, had they even checked this woman's arrest record, should have known that anyways because she had already been arrested for similar allegations before this event even occurred. So this is a story of this one particular officer, Balat, being amazingly incompetent. But worse than that, once he realizes that he is charged...
What a dumbass. Lies, Stony Tellers, aren't you theoretically already an antinatalist since you probably don't want meat eaters to procreate? No. If only vegans procreate, humanity will do you. Will be extinct in 2 generations because they only make up 1% of the world's population. That wouldn't be human extinction. Thanks for the donation, dude.
A clearly innocent person, he doubles down to cover his own ass. And who helped him do that? His lieutenant helped him do that. His supervisor, his direct supervisor, his sergeant, just could have cared less either way. Fortunately, that one officer who was just a bystander stepped in and tried to do the right thing, but his lieutenant did not help him. Ultimately, is there going to be a lawsuit here? I don't know. As I've explained in other videos, these sorts of cases are very difficult where you have a valid warrant that was signed by a judge. You can sue under circumstances where police officers provide incorrect, false information to a judge to be able to get that warrant. But at the same time, unlike the private market where you can sue an employer for negligence, government doesn't work that way. They're allowed to be negligent, they're allowed to be incompetent, and we can't sue them for that. Only when it rises to really, really egregious levels can anything be done about it. This probably is a closed case here. We can
Fucking retarded.
Right now, Luigi Mangione is being arraigned for his alleged role in the murder of Brian Thompson. There are a good amount of protesters, but honestly, I think there's more media people. This trial is taking place in the middle of a much larger conversation about United Health Group. The outrage spans from activists
Insurance companies delay care for most people that leave the hospital
to United's own shareholders, local lawmakers, and even Steve Bannon.
There's clearly a seething anger of people that don't feel that the insurance companies and the medical companies are looking out for their interests.
But with so much attention on this trial, I wanted to know, has it done anything to stop United's own quest to control every aspect of the American healthcare system? I worked on a video investigating United Healthcare 2 years ago, together with fellow producer Sean Morrow. That video got a resurgence of attention in the last few months, and the comments made it very clear that beyond the anger, people were looking for real change.
A major debate has erupted over the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson over who exactly is the real villain. There's a callousness to the industry as a whole.
It delivers efficiency, but their definition of efficiency is returning as much value to their investors as possible.
I wanted to talk to Sean about a real-world example of what that change could look like.
So, I see you've got this new spicy United Health story to share.
I'm gonna tell you a story that I got obsessed with. It's got everything. It's got pissed off patients.
Why are all the doctors leaving?
It's got burned out doctors.
If they're a public company, they've got to please their shareholders.
It's got healthcare lobbyists.
The purpose of them opposing the bill was so that this wouldn't become a national model that other states would follow.
And actually, this one might have a happy ending. This story is going to take us 3,000 miles away.
Booty cum, Donny Tillers, AIDS.
Prostate cancer doesn't occur overnight, whether it's a...
Yeah, I'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Booty cum.
Away from New York to the state of Oregon. For 30 years, the city of Eugene has had this trusted institution serving a ton of its residents. It's called the Oregon Medical Group.
Some of these patients had 15-year relationships or longer with their doctors.
And that all changed in 2020 when it was bought by Optum.
Optum is...
I don't care if it was murder fascist like Thompson deserve it.
Yeah, he deserved it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Of course, owned by United Health Group.
I found a doctor at Optum with the answers I needed.
Optum buys Oregon Medical Group and causes this huge chain of events that causes thousands of people to lose their doctor.
Oregon Medical Group was bought out by Optum in 2020. A lot of doctors quit, leaving patients without a new doctor.
One of these people is this woman named Lisa Fragola. She was actually diagnosed with breast cancer, and around the same time, she lost her primary care provider.
I had received a letter from Oregon Medical Group saying I no longer had a provider. So when I got an irregular mammogram, I experienced a lot of anxiety and fear because I wasn't sure how to navigate my health care.
And this isn't just like a Pacific Northwest problem, right? Optum is buying up doctors' offices across the country. They're, I think, one of the largest employers of physicians nationwide now.
They're the largest.
Since the acquisition, the group has lost 32 doctors, leaving remaining staff overwhelmed and patients without care even a year later.
In Eugene, these doctors really did not like practicing medicine for the sake of United Healthcare shareholders.
My office has heard from a couple dozen physicians. They describe the ways, both small ways and big ways, where they feel their independence is being corroded by the ownership structures in place.
That's Ben Bowman, the majority leader for Oregon's House of Representatives.
The patient might not know that it was a corporate owner, for example, who said you only get 15 minutes with your doctor, even though the doctor might believe that the patient needs 20 or 30 minutes to have a proper exam.
So a bunch of doctors did the hard thing. They just left, leading to this huge shortage of doctors in Eugene.
Thousands of people living in Eugene lost their primary care provider. They would call up for an appointment and they would be told that their doctor no longer worked there. What that really stood out for me was just how many people felt, I guess I would use the word deceived or misled. Quite a few reported this to me, that they were told it was because of their insurance. And so they could change to an assurance plan that would help them access care, which just happened to be owned by United Healthcare.
So Optum basically made it so hard for these doctors to work by making these ridiculous demands to save money, not for patient care or anything like that, but just to enrich these shareholders, that the doctors were just like, we can't do this anymore, which is a totally understandable and respectable decision.
As we have previously reported, letters from Optum informed former OMG patients their doctors were leaving, and no replacements were available.
The most wild thing about this story is that the doctors couldn't even tell their patients that they had left. They had signed these non-competes, so they couldn't tell them, and they couldn't practice in the area. If you were someone like Lisa Fragla with a new cancer diagnosis,
That is crazy.
You may not have known what was going on.
It's taken many
What the
people in my
fuck?
community 2 years to find a new primary care provider.
There was one local news story about a woman who couldn't refill a medication because she just couldn't get a doctor at Oregon Medical Group. Lots of other people, including Lisa, received a letter.
It basically said, we don't have anybody to assign to you, so good luck and take off.
Not only did they lose their doctor, but they were told their doctor couldn't say like, hey, I'm going to this new place, right?
Yeah, and as I understand it, with any non-compete, like that's poaching clients. That's competing with Optum. So they couldn't do that, even though there was no doctors at Oregon Medical Group to be able to see these people.
We are absolutely at an inflection point in this country when it comes to the corporatization of healthcare, without a doubt in my mind. There is a fundamental tension between a clinician.
Again, and then everyone, all these fucking idiots in the United States who are gaslit by fucking Republicans saying Canadian healthcare is so bad. Right, oh, yeah, you get such a better quality of healthcare. You can't even get a fucking doctor. Oh, you can't even fill your fucking prescription.
Who has an ethical duty to their patients, who took an oath to serve the interests of their patients, and fiduciary responsibility of a corporation or private equity firm who has a duty to their shareholders to maximize their profit.
It's not just Oregon.
So much of it to me comes down to dollars and cents, to the fact that we've put like a profit motive in something that shouldn't be about profit. It should be about care.
There's this report by Congressman Pat Ryan. He has a lot of constituents in the Hudson Valley area. Up there, Optum purchased practices like Caremount Medical, Crystal Run Healthcare, a ton of practices all up and down the Hudson Valley. Congressman Ryan conducted a survey of 1,800 people, and 41% reported that the quality of their healthcare went down after Optum acquired the practice. And Optum's whole thing is they're going to make things more efficient and cheaper, but Ryan's office is finding that not only is the care getting worse, it's getting more expensive. So it is getting more efficient and it is getting more cost effective for the executives, for the shareholders, but not for the patients, the people that a healthcare company should be theoretically taking care of.
Meanwhile, the Justice Department seems to be trying to make an example out of Luigi Mangione. Pam Bondi explicitly told federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty, which led to what I think is an unexpected statement from the lawyer of a man in a murder trial. While claiming to protect against murder, the federal government moves to commit the premeditated, state-sponsored murder of Luigi. By doing this, they are defending the broken, immoral, and murderous healthcare industry that continues to terrorize the American people. Back to Oregon. Lisa Fragla was able to get the care she needed outside of an Optum-run facility. And then she decided to run for office. She ran for the Oregon House of Representatives.
Lisa Fragla announced her run Monday afternoon.
Investments in education, investments in housing production, and making sure that we have good paying jobs and family benefits for the people that live in our community.
While she was running for office and knocking on doors, she heard so many stories of people who had also lost their doctors because of the actions of Optum. And she won, and with the majority leader over there, Ben Bowman, they're supporting this legislation to make sure that corporations like United cannot dictate how doctors practice medicine.
Most states in the country have what's called a corporate practice of medicine law or corporate practice of medicine doctrine. Basically what it says is that physicians or advanced practice providers have to own and control medical clinics. These are non-controversial laws. Republican states, Democratic states, they're widespread throughout the country. The problem is there are loopholes in these laws where basically large corporations and private equity firms have figured out that they can be in compliance with the law on paper by having a friendly physician or captive physician own the practice.
Representative Bowman's bill would change that by restricting corporations, like Optum, from taking decision-making away from doctors in clinical decisions. It also restricts non-compete and non-disclosure agreements, which caused many of the problems and confusion in Eugene.
Senate Bill 951 was introduced to address a rising trend in this country that is happening not in response to public policy choices, but in response to profiteering from some very large corporations. At its core, the bill is just about ensuring doctors are the ones making decisions in exam rooms.
A version of that bill was actually
fucking crazy.
Aggressive or not, it grows slowly. I don't automatically believe that we're being told the whole story here.
Has there been, do you think, a massive cover-up here?
We all saw it in public appearances. It was super obvious. He would shake hands with it.
Then you're frankly a despicable human being. Before I introduce the panel, I'm joined by Dr. Mark Siegel, the Fox News senior medical analyst. Dr. Mark, great to have you back on Uncensored. A bombshell piece of news last night involving the health of former President Joe Biden. I think my sort of fundamental question for you is this. How serious is it? It seems on the face of it very serious for a man in his 80s to have stage 5 prostate cancer, very aggressive, very advanced, and metastasizing into his bones. Just on the face of it to a layman seems extremely serious. But also something that Ezekiel Emanuel said on MSNBC this morning, and your reaction to that. Let's play this.
Oh, more than several years. You don't get prostate cancer.
I just want to stop you. So this is not speculation. If you have prostate cancer that is spread to the bone, then he's most certainly, you are saying, had it when he was president of the United States.
Oh, yeah. He did not develop it in the last 100, 200 days. He had it while he was president. He probably had it at the start of his presidency in 2021.
So, Dr. Mark, first of all, how serious do you think his current condition is? And secondly, your response to what Ezekiel Emanuel said.
His current condition is very serious because it's been diagnosed under the microscope, Gleason 9, phase 5, which means it's about as aggressive as any prostate cancer can be. And that means that it has the ability to spread even further than the one metastasis to the bone. The statistics on this is under 40% 5-year survival rate in that category. Metastatic prostate cancer to the bone, under 40%. On top of that, the aggressivity, I would think, would make it worse. The only thing on the positive column is that they're reporting that appears it does seem to be responsive to anti-testosterone therapy, which is very typically given. A lot of side effects, including fatigue and decreased libido. But if there's a lot of testosterone associated with this tumor, then treating it that way will help. A lot is going to depend on the first few months.
Yeah, I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Get down. Get down. Off. Get down. Get down. Gummy. No, you're... Oh, gum. You know you're not supposed to go on my computer, gum. Look, my little baby. Yeah. Move your cat butt. Ugh.
Months and the response to this systemic therapy. But he's in a category where he is more likely to not live 5 years than to live 5 years, tragically.
And in relation to this suggestion that he must have had this for several years, maybe even going back to when he won the White House in 2020, what do you feel about that?
Well, Pierce, first of all, let's remember that we're about a day away from reporting the fact that we're not getting the true health story from this White House,
right.
from the Biden White House. I mean, we just reported that we believe that he was cognitively impaired for his whole term. And I was reporting on that 4 or 5 years ago. White House have glowing physicals about his cognition. How can we then jump from there to assume that whatever they write right now is completely accurate and fully disclosed? And as Ezekiel Emanuel, who's an oncologist, by the way, ultra Democrat, saying he likely had it throughout his term, I believe that's true. Prostate cancer doesn't occur overnight, whether it's aggressive or not. It grows slow.
Why are they, I'm not even interested in watching any of this fucking shit. They also get the retard Cenk Uygur on. Like, I mean, they're talking about Biden being cognitively impaired. Look at what Trump's doing. You're telling me this is a sensible, rational individual. I don't care. Like, he's not the president. Why even talk about this?
Coming back to Uncensored, a lot has happened since you last appeared on this show. Let's start, first of all, with the fact that when we last spoke, you said you were representing 120 further alleged victims of Sean Diddy Combs in civil suits spanning 20 years with victims as young as 9, 14 and 15. Now, in March, you announced you were dropping 15 of these cases after Diddy's attorneys argued you weren't authorized to practice in the Southern District of New York. So just explain, before we go any further, explain what's happened there.
Yeah, typically when you're a licensed lawyer in New York and you're accepted in one of the federal districts, it's by reciprocity, you're accepted in the others. Well, they challenged that. And so they filed grievances against me and basically attacking my ability to practice in the Southern District of New York. And that is being sorted out. And while it's been sorted out, I withdrew from about 12 to 15 cases, but still represent those people. Those cases are still ongoing, still being represented by my firm and our local New York counsel. So I would call that a sideshow. Much ado about nothing, and we're working through it.
You've had a lot of time, obviously, since we last spoke to really, I guess, go over all the individual stories of the 120, as it was then, alleged victims. Have you now narrowed down that number to cases that you believe are incontrovertible? Are they all, in your estimation, incontrovertible? What's the sort of credibility looking like with each of these cases now?
I'll tell you where we are now. We have 40 cases that are filed. We have 60 to 70 that will be filed in other jurisdictions. Remember, we were trying to make the limitations period that existed in the state of New York. So the rest of the cases that will be filed in other states, primarily in California. But the number's about still the same. Some people, because of these various sideshows and controversy, have dropped out, but still around 100 people who alleged that Diddy assaulted them in some way. And as I've been receiving reports on this trial as it goes forward, one thing that has struck me is that the evidence and the factual circumstances are very consistent with what these plaintiffs have alleged. So we've been watching this criminal trial very closely, as you might imagine, and have watched this go forward, and it's
I'm not sure if I want to adopt another cat because Gummy is a little retarded. He plays very rough, and he doesn't know when to stop, so I'm not so sure if it's a great idea to get another cat. That might be troublesome.
It's striking to me, the allegations that are being made and some of the testimony that came out with Cassie and some of the testimony coming out today, very consistent with what these plaintiffs in the civil cases have been alleging.
And what is the sort of modus operandi consistent pattern that you're seeing?
What I'm seeing is there's obviously a lot of violence involved, a lot of threats involved. Some of these counts, specifically transportation to engage in prostitution, that keeps coming out over and over. But also the implicit and then actually explicit threats that are made towards individuals after this conduct ends. You won't say anything, you won't do anything about this. I mean, that has jumped out at me. I've also been watching the commentators. People have been seizing upon this word and saying, oh, look here, that proves that there was no coercion because Cassie, allegedly voluntarily participated in this activity. And I think one of the things that hasn't come out and hasn't been discussed that I think needs to be discussed is this idea of trauma bonding. When someone is in a long-term relationship and they have been allegedly abused, people have a hard time wrapping their head around the fact that why would they continue in the relationship? Why would they go back? And that's classic trauma bonding. There's other names for it. When people are kidnapped, you've heard about Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah.
About battered wife syndrome. What I have seen, we had somebody there during the opening statements, and of course we've been receiving real-time updates every day of the testimony, and that has jumped out at me time and time again, is that this idea of trauma bonding and these commentators who have seized upon certain snippets of text and so forth, where they talk about, well, look, Cassie was voluntarily participating in this. I don't see it that way, and I'm not sure the jury will see it that way either.
The other thing that's happened with you personally since we spoke is that in February, you withdrew a lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs and Jay-Z, which alleged the rape of a 13-year-old girl in 2000. The anonymous plaintiff, referred to as Jane Doe, voluntarily withdrew the case, the court records show. Now, in that lawsuit, she'd initially alleged that she'd been offered a ride to a party at a private residence by limo driver for Combs following the MTV Video Music Awards in 2000. Now, as a result of those claims, Jay-Z came out fighting. He filed a lawsuit against you personally. He said that you and the Jane Doe, the accuser, were soullessly motivated by greed in abject disregard of the truth and the most fundamental precepts of human decency. The filing claimed the woman voluntarily admitted to Jay-Z's representative that he did not assault her, and that you, Tony Busby, had pushed her to go forward with a false narrative of the assault by Mr. Carter, Jay-Z, in order to leverage a maximum payday. And he went on to say this further about you. Busby directed his employees to edit Wikipedia pages to enhance Busby's image and damage Mr. Carter's and Rock Nation's reputations. What is your response to all this?
You said a great mouthful. That's almost every line you stated is false, and all that will be sorted out. And it's all in litigation, as you probably know. I mean, this whole situation with Jay-Z started with him suing me as a John Doe in California, simply because we sent him a letter stating that these are the allegations. We want to sit down and have a talk. And the reaction was thermonuclear. I mean, it was suing me, ultimately suing her, suing my local council in New York, and on and on. And all of that will be sorted out in the courts, and I feel confident about all of that.
This guy's not even legally allowed to practice in a number of states. He's one of the shadiest fucking lawyers ever.
But again, that's a sideshow to what's going on here. What's really going on is we have 20 years of conduct. When we first came out and said, there's this many people who have called, there's this many people who allege to be victimized by Sean Diddy Combs, people, raised their eyebrows and said, how is that possible? How could there possibly be that many alleged victims? Well, now I think what we've seen over the last week or so of testimony is that this conduct that's been alleged was happening almost on a daily basis, certainly on a weekly basis. And so it's not surprising or shocking at all that there would be people who would claim to be victimized by this sort of conduct based on the frequency of it.
Do you accept, though, that in Jay-Z's case, the allegations against him from that particular accuser were false?
I think you should talk to or hear what the alleged victim says. And I think I will, I'm a lawyer. Let's be clear. People come to me. I don't go out and look for clients. I don't need to look for clients. And people come to me and they tell me a situation. I have people vet it, have other people vet it. We file a case. And the whole purpose of the court system is to sort those things out and to determine whether the individual, what they say is true, just like what is going on in this criminal case. So I'm confident that the courts will sort that out. And rather than attempting to try the case in the public like has been done, I'll be confident to try it in the courts.
So just to be clear on that, are you saying that case is still active, that those claims against Jay-Z remain active?
I'm saying that the alleged victim has never recanted and continues to say the same thing she said from the day that she called the lawyer that called me. Let's remember, she contacted a different lawyer who vetted her and then sent her to me, and then my office vetted her. So this is not a situation that's been portrayed that we went out and found somebody so we could sue Jay-Z. That's so far from the truth that it's almost laughable. But as just as late as the latest court filing from from Jay-Z, he acknowledges that this alleged victim continues to say the same thing she said from the beginning.
If you're struggling with sleepless nights and exhausting days, you might want to try Beam's Dream Powder. Beam is proudly founded in America and run by people who value hard work, integrity, and delivering results. It's a healthy nighttime blend packed with science-backed ingredients to improve your sleep, so you can wake up refreshed and ready to take on the day. Dream is a powerful blend of all natural ingredients: reishi, apigenin, L-theanine.
These people have no morals whatsoever.
Let's go back to the case involving Diddy Combs. There are two schools of thought. In fact, we have some eminent attorneys joining us who disagree about what's going to happen here. And I guess it's going to come down to what a jury thinks of how much of this was consensual or how much was non-consensual or indeed stroke coercive. And a lot of may rest, of course, on Cassie Ventura's testimony. How do you think she did? Obviously, she's heavily pregnant, which must have made it a very difficult experience for her. But how much of her testimony do you think, if you're a juror listening to all this, what are the sort of very persuasive parts of what she said, and what are the parts that may give you pause for thought?
Well, one of the things I want to point out is none of us, maybe your commentators were, but I certainly wasn't in the courtroom to hear what she had to say. This is a situation in the federal court where they do not allow cameras, so we can't see her testimony and see her body language and hear her tone of voice and that sort of thing. So what we have is commentators who seize on certain things she said, certain things she fails to say, and then try to make a mountain out of it. Let's remember that in a lawsuit, you don't win a case based on one witness or one piece of evidence. Typically, you're building a wall, and one of the things they teach in law school is a brick is not a wall. Cassie Ventura's testimony is one brick in what I expect to be a very long trial with a lot of bricks attempting to build a wall. People have seized on some of the comments and texts that she sent where she seemed to be voluntarily participating in some of these so-called freak-offs. I would suggest, if I were the prosecutor, that this is classic trauma bonding, that she is trying to please the individual with whom she's in a relationship. And I would not place a lot of stock in the fact that that was not coerced simply because she was acting like she wanted to do it. Now, I didn't sit there and hear the testimony. So that's going to have to be decided by 12 people. And, I made a living over 30 years. I win a lot of cases because I put a lot of faith in the jury. And I try to put the bad evidence and the good evidence and explain why the bad evidence doesn't keep me from winning the case. And I think that's, I know you're going to have commentators who have different points of view, but I think the prosecution is doing the job that it does. And let's remember, we're talking about the federal government. Typically, the federal government does not bring a case unless it has a lock-solid case. And I'm assuming that the prosecutors knew the weak points of Cassie's testimony and understood that there would be cross points and understood that this was going to be watched and poured over with a fine-tooth comb, like I'm sure your commentators will do. But if I'm the prosecutors right now, I'm thinking, okay, the opening statement laid it out. We have our first key witness who really demonstrated that there was a lot of violence, a lot of threats, and really explained the nature and shocking nature of some of these so-called freak-offs. And then when you think about the actual claims involved, sex trafficking, obviously that requires coercion or fraud or some sort of force involved. But there's also transportation to engage in prostitution. That would simply be transporting someone across state lines and paying them for sex. That's the Old Man Act that I'm sure you've heard of. So I think the prosecution is starting to build the wall, and I expect there will be a prosecution.
And do you ultimately believe that he is going down for a long time?
I don't want to, I've been very careful. We as you might expect, were contacted by the U.S. Attorney's Office early on in this. They wanted to talk to some of our alleged victims. We made them available to the extent they wanted to. Some did, most did not, which is not surprising. So I don't want to jinx it or say yes or no. I mean, I'm confident to whether he is acquitted or he is convicted. It's being done in a professional manner, and I'll be, happy that the court system worked the way it's supposed to.
Okay, Tony Busby, thank you very much indeed. I appreciate you joining Uncensored again. Well, I'm now joined by Ben Chuba, a lawyer who served as a co-lead counsel for Johnny Depp in the Amber Heard case, and a former defense attorney who represented Suge Knight, Matthew Fletcher. And interestingly, gentlemen, I think you both completely disagree here. Matthew, let me start with you. You think this is a case of Diddy being railroaded and that the case is almost borderline farcical. Why do you say that?
Well, good morning. I can tell you why it's farcical to me is this idea of this mythical creature that can take ketamine and MDA and booze and then have sex for dozens of days on end and hours. That from a pharmacological standpoint, that's not possible. This idea that Cassie waits 10, 12 years to file a lawsuit and writes a book and then doesn't turn it over to a general publishing group but sends it to Jay-Z's lawyer and says, by the way, we're going to put this out unless you pay us millions of dollars, bespeaks the real motives behind this. And let me just say this. Puff is not a good person. He's a bad woman beater and he's a coward. I know the guy. Everybody I know agrees with that. But this is not a case about domestic violence. And you can
MILF lover, Johnny Tellers, do you like MILFs? Examples you find attractive? I generally don't find older women attractive, but like Nina Hartley, she's a pretty fucking fine-ass MILF. Thanks for the donation, MILF lover.
can talk about trauma bonding and any other psychological terms you want to lay on there, but the idea that Cassie had her own apartment, had her own money, had her own extra boyfriends or anything else does not speak to me as a traditional victim that we would see in a case of spousal abuse where this is ongoing. And I'll tell you this, when the prosecution told everyone that P. Diddy urinated in her mouth, that was shocking. When Daniel Phillip comes on and says, no, actually the person who urinated told me to urinate in her mouth was Cassie. And not only did she tell me that, she gave a tutorial and said, you want to do it slowly to make it last longer. At that point in time, the old adage is you can't win a trial with the first witness, but you can sure lose a trial. That lost me. Because what you're talking about now is an allegation that this, and I'm going to use its Mandingo stereotype of this crazed black man who's being prosecuted by 5 white women who are saying this man's sexual needs are insatiable and they can have sex for hours and hours and never rest and always ejaculate. That's not true from a pharmacological standpoint.
Yeah, he kind of does look like Shrek.
Standpoint. That is absurd. If this was in the 60s or 70s in Mississippi, I think people would be irate. I don't like Sean Combs. That video speaks for itself. The question is, why wasn't he prosecuted for that? The question is, why wasn't he prosecuted for all of these crimes that have allegedly occurred, but we save it all up and we bring it in this case? And to Mr. Busby's point, this idea that the federal government does no wrong in prosecuting people, you know, it's kind of ironic that a Comey is on this case and a Comey also, you know, he doesn't need my advice, but they told us that President Trump was a spy for Russia too. And that was complete BS, and we know that was. And so this idea and concept that the government does no wrong, federal government does no wrong in bringing cases, I don't think it's true. This is not a strong case. This is a case that if they prosecute it or defend it correctly, and you point out, the idea that Cassie says Combs raped her, and then she went back to his house sometime later and were having sex, and then her husband FaceTimed her. And she can't remember if she was actually had that man's genitals in her while she was FaceTiming her husband. That's not believable.
Okay, yeah. At least in her case, this is sounding like some bullshit made up so that she doesn't get embarrassed or something or gets caught cheating.
It's not believable to me. No one would believe that. And it's just part of a long line of, as Busby says, these are bricks. A brick is not a wall, but a brick hits you in the head. A brick still hits you in the head. And like when Cassie says, Combs and his bodyguard went to shoot and kill Suge Knight. That's absurd. Combs is terrified of Suge Knight. Terrified.
Vegansism donators, you should join them. You won't.
Anonymous for the voiceless.
Well, it's in Germany. Lol donate. Oh, wait. Never mind.
Message for vegans and plant geezer. Imagine ordering a takeaway and ordering grass.
And lettuce, and seeds, and cinnamon, fenugreek, and melon skin, lemon spin, tempeh blend with a pepper trim, sesame, edamame in a metal tin. Ramen in a heavy pan, sourdough with a bit of jam, falafel from a city van, tofu in a sizzling pan, waffles from the waffle man, ice cream cone from the ice cream van, asparagus with a steamy tan, donuts like a traffic jam, protein bars and a gram of bran, burgers, fries and a chickpea can. I'm snacking on jackfruit, I'm walking in bamboo, sipping on oat milk, not slurping on goat's milk, rice cakes, mushroom steaks, cow chips and yeast flakes. Tofu in a slow stew, soy milk in a bowl brew, Satan with a gold view, you carnivores have no clue. I'm slapping your nose full, I'm yamming the soul food, I'm feeding my whole crew, peanut butter stuck to the top of my mouth like old glue.
Alright, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Vegansism.
Has been terrified of him for decades, going back to a shooting that happened in Atlanta. Combs is not a tough guy. He's not going to jump in a car and go kill Suge Knight in Los Angeles. That's almost laughable. But there's multiple aspects of this case that when you look at factually and practically, it really brings to question, why are we here prosecuting, what was the old adage, sex, drugs, and rock and roll? I'm not saying it's right, but I'm not silly enough to think that there aren't many people who've engaged in sex with rock and roll stars or movie stars and use sex and use drugs. Those are never prosecuted.
Okay.
And Cassie says, I paid.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to bring in Ben, who's been listening to all that, because it was fascinating. I was going to say, the way you talked through all that. Ben, you don't agree. You think Diddy's going down. Why are you certain of that?
Well, I think my colleague makes some excellent points, and obviously this is going to be a very long trial, so there's much to still unfold. I think the purpose of opening with Cassie, of course, is the video, and the video certainly prepares the jury to conclude that he is capable of committing the crimes for which he's ultimately charged. The problem I had with the cross-examination of Cassie Ventura is this isn't a he said, she said case. There are going to be 3 other women, and maybe even another male.
But did you realize how puffy and bloated your face and your wife's belly was back then? Like a few years ago, especially when you were in the apartment? Did you both smother mayo all over your garden vegan chicken tenders, or was that just Jasmine?
That would have been just Jasmine. Thanks for the donation, dude.
alleged victim who are going to tell a similar story. One of the second witness has already corroborated another alleged beating of Cassie Ventura. So that's the problem. And I think the government will have, it's not that the government can do no wrong. Obviously, we have seen it do wrong in some cases. But I think the point is that the government would not have brought this indictment if it did not have evidence.
Right. I mean, the track record of the federal government in cases like this is almost, it's inevitable that he goes down. It's like 99% hit rate, right? But they do occasionally get it wrong. But most of the time, if the feds bring a case like this, they win. I mean, isn't that the likelihood here, just on stats alone?
To be fair, the government loves prosecuting rich black men, so we'll see.
100%. I mean, the prosecution conviction rate of the federal government is in 99 percentiles, greater than the odds of being convicted if you're in Russia. Doesn't change the facts that in each case that sometimes you get defense attorneys who know what they're doing and know how to fight it and understand it and take them on. And in this case, what the prosecution is doing is saying that's a bad, mean, violent guy. Look at all of the bad things he does. And they're playing to the stereotype, and they're doing it covertly, but it's fairly obvious to those of us of a certain persuasion that you're arguing that this is a sex-crazed black man who has to get his craven desires administered to on a daily basis. So they set up an entire record company for the purposes of being able to entice Cassie Ventura into having sex. That's baloney, but that's what they're doing. And they can bring on multiple people they've had sex with. And all they're proving is, you know what, there's a secret. There's sex workers in the world, and there's people who frequent sex workers, but that doesn't really go to the issue. This is a RICO prosecution that was ideally brought to take down the mafia. Sean Diddy Combs is a...
Sorry, I'm not saying you have a chiseled jawline right now. Far from actually. But back then, holy shit. You could barely make out where your neck started and your face began. It was just puffy and bloated. And that's a nice way of putting it. Fat ass.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Is a guy who's a woman beater, and they should have prosecuted him for it, and there's no question about it. But you're telling me with a straight face this is a human slave trap, white slave act case? There's no one who was brought here against their will. Cassie had every choice she wanted to make. They talk about Kid Cudi. Go be with him. Talk about Michael B. Jordan. You know, the reality is this was an incredibly attractive woman, and she was in great demand and had many opportunities to have people. She chose that lifestyle, and I'm not in any way.
Well, as we're talking, actually, Matthew, I want to bring Ben back here because Dawn Richard, the Danity Kane singer, has been on the stand today and recalled an incident in 2009 where she witnessed Diddy hit Ventura with a skillet and then allegedly threatened both Richard and Ventura. Richard testified, he said you could go missing, that we could die. I was shocked but also scared. She said she saw Combs carrying a handgun. She said Combs' bodyguards had guns too, keeping them on their lower back. I mean, to Matthew's point, Ben, I mean, he's obviously a very bad guy. He's obviously a woman beater. We've seen that with the video. He likes guns. He likes to threaten people, all of these things. But in terms of what the feds have actually gone after him for, racketeering, sex trafficking, and so on, Matthew makes a good point. This was set up for the mafia. This was the kind of stuff that when Rudy Giuliani tried to go after the mob, this is how they did it. And some people do think that they've just overreached in what they're going for him for on this. And for that reason alone, a jury might be persuaded to acquit.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Matthew and you both make excellent points, and that may be what ultimately happens. But we're at the beginning of a very long trial. And one of the things, as Matthew knows, is if you're a prosecution or if you're just putting on any kind of case, you want to keep the jury interested. So there'll be sensational testimony, as we've begun with sensational testimony that prepares the jury for the idea that maybe this isn't a good guy. And there's going to be some technical testimony going through the elements of the crimes for which he is charged. Now, if that's not there, if they don't have the receipts, there could be an acquittal and there could be an overreaching. But I think the prosecution is still very early on in its case. So I think we have to wait and see.
And Ben, do you see
There's
any
something very interesting.
Sorry, just one sec, Matthew, I'll go back to it. Ben, just to bring in, when you were on the Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard case, do you see any parallels here? In particular, perhaps how a jury might be moved by what they hear?
Well, I think these are very different cases. That was Mr. Depp's case, civil case for defamation. So I don't see the parallel so much here.
But in terms of how a jury can be not manipulated, but perhaps led down certain thought processes. Do you think? I mean, star power cannot be ignored, I think, in these cases.
No, I think that's right. And that's why I think you have to, in other words, if you're representing Diddy, you're going to have to counter that. And you're going to have to, I think he's going to have to testify as a practical matter. Criminal defendants usually don't. But I think with the video and the other testimony, I think he's going to have to come out and counter the narrative and be penitent for that, even if that's not what he's being tried for. I think he needs to put that before the jury.
Yeah, and Matthew, finally, to you on that point, would you, if you were advising Diddy, would you tell him to testify?
Diddy's horrible in cross-examination. When he was working with Johnny Cochran back in his original case of the shooting, he comes off horrendously. And one quick point I want to make, if I may. This issue of consent and coercion, and the judge made a very big ruling last week when he agreed that they are going to show the videos. or some of the videos. And I've been told that Cassie is either a tremendous actress or she's actually having climaxes or orgasms. It's the when Harry met Sally argument. If that woman literally is on video having sex freely, and if what I've been told is true, that makes a real big issue as to whether or not this was coerced. It's a bad situation in retrospect, and she may be a wonderful witness today. And similar to Amber Heard, from what I've been told, she turns to the jury and speaks to them, which jurors hate. And prosecutors and lawyers always make the mistake of, now turn to the jury and talk to them. It's not natural. And so I see the similarities in that context. But this whole idea and concept that we're going to go back and Monday morning quarterback a person's sex scenes is open. It certainly leaves open the question that she enjoyed certain portions of it, and then that really goes to the heart of the case. If part was consensual, they have to go down on it. But my understanding is no way, to answer the point, that Diddy's testifying. And the more they play that video, it kind of works in the favor of the defense because the jurors get desensitized to it. It's horrendous. It's bad. In Suge Knight's case, we played the video over and over of the young man being ran over by the car, because after a while, it's just making sausage. It's shocking when you first see it, but when you work there, it's not that bad. But unless something changes drastically, my understanding is Diddy would come off horribly, in my opinion.
Fascinating. I've got to leave it there. Matthew, Ben, both, thank you very much indeed. We've got a long way to run with this, so I hope to get you both back on again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent, the only boss around here.
Well, we'll see. We will see.
It's undeniable that positions of power attract those hungry to exploit it. The prospect of being a police officer, while attractive to those with the best intentions, also...
I don't know if I mentioned this, but you used to be fat as shit. Fatty fat McBitch tits. Just disgusting.
Yeah, you mentioned that quite a few times tonight. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
have the potential to give bad actors a free pass to hurt innocent people, both verbally and physically. But a very select few who crave this power decide to forego the standard 40 weeks at the police academy and just illegally pretend to be police officers instead. You might be surprised to learn that this is not an uncommon issue by any means, with dozens of hours of footage online showcasing various civilians illegally masquerading as law enforcement. However, one individual has managed to stand out above the rest.
Do you want to be a cop, or do you want to appear to be a cop? It's an honest question. A lot of guys want to appear to be cops. Gun, badge, pretend they're on TV.
Over here now! Pull your car here now! Get out of the fucking way! Move your fucking car! Right here! Get out of the way! When your mom or grandma dies, I hope they cut into you too! Show some fucking respect! Where the fuck are you going? Get out of my funeral now! Get out of my funeral now! Get out of my funeral now! And stay there until we're clear! Or I'm gonna take you down my...
Why do so many officers suck at their jobs, VG?
Well, most people suck at their jobs. Most people are stupid and incompetent, and it's only natural that most police officers are stupid and incompetent. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Myself! Drive! Drive! Go! Hey! 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 Pull over! Pull over! Hey! Get your fucking car out of the way now! I don't know what you mean. I don't give a fuck what you don't understand! Pull forward now! Pull forward now! Get your fucking car out of the way now! I don't give a fuck what you don't understand! Pull forward now! Pull forward now!
Jeremy Charles DeWitt was born on February 10th, 1980 in Central Florida. With dreams of becoming a police officer one day, young Jeremy enlisted in a dual enrollment program in high school, in which he would spend his nights at the police academy and his days with the local Orange County Police Explorers program. This program allows teens and young adults to receive early training and experience in preparation for a future career in law enforcement. It was clear that Jeremy was eager to get his foot in the door. However, with his involvement in day-to-day police duties, opportunities to facilitate traffic and crowd control, and of course a snappy official police officer's uniform, it's likely that Jeremy felt he had already achieved his dream. That explains why, before he even had a chance to officially enter the academy, an 18-year-old Jeremy was arrested for impersonating a police officer on May 18th, 1998. After pulling into a gas station, Jeremy filled his car up with $14.50 of gasoline. Jeremy's prepaid mobile card was declined when he attempted to pay for the gas, and supposedly he had had no other means to pay. Naturally, the gas station attendant requested the standard issue gas card that's given to all Florida police officers, but Jeremy said he left it at home. On the principle that he was a police officer, he pledged to return later, which the attendant allowed. And as a show of goodwill, Jeremy even gave the gas station employee his full name, address, date of birth, and phone number. However, he never returned. So the attendant called the police, and Jeremy was arrested a few days later.
Yeah, this is not a smart man.
It probably wasn't a great idea to give his personal information to the clerk of the store he was robbing, but whatever. $14.50 is the price that Jeremy was unwilling to pay to not completely destroy his life. Had he simply not stolen from the gas station that day, he likely would have continued on his path to become a cop. But after committing this felony offense, Jeremy was completely ineligible to ever be a real police officer. But this wouldn't deter him from pursuing his dream. He sought out alternatives, such as working as a security guard at an apartment complex where he apparently was reported for illegally detaining and searching one of the residents. This job didn't seem to be too fulfilling for him, however, as he felt his true calling was to protect and serve the public. So he continued to impersonate law enforcement for the foreseeable future. However, this behavior would catch up with him when he was arrested on August 29th, 2001 for, you guessed it, impersonating law enforcement. You see, earlier that day, Jeremy arrived at a local mechanic with what looked like an unmarked police cruiser. He told an employee at the mechanic to bill the Orange County Sheriff's Department for the car's repairs, implying that it was, in fact, an unmarked police car. He also claimed that a mark on the side of the vehicle was the result of an altercation in which he was attempting to detain a criminal at the scene of a crime. Most damning, Jeremy supposedly directly confirmed he was indeed a cop and was working undercover at the local mall. During the inspection, the mechanic observed that the car had all the bells and whistles you would expect, with a working police radio and lights. Jeremy was also wearing what is described as a police-like uniform and a bulletproof vest. But one curious bystander who witnessed the interaction became suspicious and called the police. When questioned by actual police officers, Jeremy denied ever claiming to be a cop himself, but he was insistent that the investigators didn't look at his criminal record, which would obviously show that he had a history of impersonation. Not only would they find his previous arrest from the gas theft, but also an instance in 1999 when he was arrested for using a fake name on his driver's license and was carrying a concealed weapon. Even 4 months prior, he had been issued a citation for the use of flashing red and blue lights on his vehicle. Jeremy was on probation at the time due to his previous arrests, and the investigating officers promptly contacted his probation officer, who explicitly stated that Jeremy was indeed violating his probation. During a search of his car, which Jeremy consented to, the officers found police-style equipment like clipboards and radios. They also found a gun bag holder, which had a Dade County Sheriff's badge, a security badge, a knife, and various license plates. Then they searched his apartment and found law enforcement paraphernalia like batons, badges, patches, and police belts. One of these belts contained a holster with a black BB gun inside of it. All of this gave them probable cause to arrest Jeremy for violating his probation, as clearly he was still pretending to be law enforcement. He was found guilty and ordered to serve 1 year in the Orange County Jail, as well as being required to attend mental health counseling. He was also given 3 years of probation after his jail time and ordered to do 250 hours of community service. On top of that, his probation specifically required him not to possess any law enforcement officer equipment, meaning that his days of police impersonation were over. At least, they should have been over. After a year in the slammer, Jeremy was itching to protect and serve. In 2003, he was arrested for violating his community control, which is basically a stricter version of probation, and as a result, he was sentenced to 22 months in jail. Before he could officially be convicted of that crime, however, a warrant was issued for his arrest after multiple failures to pay traffic tolls, driving with a suspended license, as well as using a fake name on a driver's license, and the possession of a fraudulent identity card. Now, this fraudulent card in question had his name listed as Brett Eldon Solomon, which some of you in the audience may have noticed is not actually Jeremy's name. Brett was actually his roommate at the time. Jeremy had stolen his social security number and produced not only a fake ID, but also a fake passport with his name. This guy is addicted to identity theft. Ultimately, Jeremy was sentenced to 10 months in prison, which was the remaining time of his previous sentence after his 1 year and 64-day credit he already had for time served. Now, I know that the guy who pretends to be a police officer obviously has no problem doing illegal stuff, but it is really impressive how someone masquerading as a cop is so comfortable breaking the law. What this conundrum likely boils down to is that his desire to be a cop didn't come from a noble sense of protecting the peace, but instead it's just a free pass pass to do whatever he wants and a thirst for power. However, if you thought that Jeremy's blatant disregard for the law couldn't get any worse, you are sorely mistaken. For the majority of 2004, Jeremy managed to stay out of trouble, but he would once again find himself in scalding hot water in October of that year. And now 24-year-old Jeremy went out to a nightclub in Orlando, where he met a young woman who supposedly claimed to be 18 years old. They hooked up that night and met up again in November of that year. It all seemed fine until January of 05, when a warrant was issued for his arrest for 2 charges of unlawful interactions with a minor. Apparently, the girl had lied about her age and was actually only 15. Now, whether Jeremy knew about this or not is uncertain, but the court did seem to believe there was enough evidence to warrant a conviction, as Jeremy ultimately chose to withdraw his original not guilty plea and instead accept a deal. The judge ruled he was guilty on 1 count of lewd or lascivious battery on July 20th, 2005. He was originally facing 15 years in prison, but instead he got off with a 1 year and 1 day sentence, also being sentenced to 5 years of sex offender probation. Jeremy served his time and was able to stay out of trouble for a few years after the fact. However, in April of 2009, a warrant for his arrest was issued due to him violating his probation, again, something he would admit to during his hearing on June 18th of that year. Facing another 8 years in prison, Jeremy's luck hadn't run out yet, and he was only forced to serve 4. As it turns out, he was trying to set up a junior varsity airsoft team full of minors, which he was not supposed to do, as part of his probation rested on the fact that he didn't engage with anyone under the age of 18. Despite habitually finding himself in and out of prison over the last 10 years, Jeremy was not deterred. There was no wake-up call or moment of clarity that helped him get his act together. He still wanted everything he couldn't have, specifically legally protected power, and he needed a way to achieve it. He couldn't become an actual police officer, and flat out lying about being one would send him right back to jail. He needed to find a loophole, and one fateful day, it appears he had an epiphany. In a video uploaded to his own personal YouTube channel, Jeremy actively breaks Section 316-306 of Florida state law by recording himself while operating a moving vehicle. Ironically, something he would probably harass someone else for if he got the opportunity. Petty nitpicking aside, he tells the story of the moment he found a way to exercise his power fantasy. One day, Jeremy was walking down the street with his wife. And yes, by the way, this guy somehow managed to find a woman willing to actually marry him. So enough out of you incels out there, okay? Anyone can find love. But more on his wife later. On their walk, they noticed a funeral escort service on the street. A funeral escort, for those unaware, is a service that provides guidance and protection for funeral processions as they cross through intersections and traffic lights. While blocking off traffic at the intersection near Jeremy and his wife, one of the traffic lights turned green, and a car outside of the procession mistakenly began driving through instead of waiting like they were supposed to.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god.
I think something's going to happen. I think something's going to happen. And if it doesn't, I'd just back away and they're going to have to keep going.
Did you ask President Putin to meet with you?
So he's not going to do anything.
About what?
About Ukraine.
Of course I did. I talked to him about it. I said, when are we going to end this, Vladimir? I've known him for a long time now. I said, when are we going to end this bloodshed, this bloodbath? It's a bloodbath. And I do believe he wants to end it. I would be...
Like, dude, he's a Russian agent. His cope is just unexplainable by any other means. Like, oh, we're going to sanction Putin if he doesn't agree to a ceasefire. And then Putin says, oh, I'll talk with Zelensky in Turkey on the weekend. We'll do this, you know, in private, you know, one-on-one. Doesn't show up. And then Trump is still like, well, I mean, I'm not going to do anything. I think he wants to end the war, but I'm not going to do anything.
I think, very able to tell whether or not he wanted to or what. I thought there was a very good chance, like a 50-50 chance, that he would say, I want to take the whole thing. I didn't know what he was going to say. And then they have a different kind of a problem. But I believe he wants to stop.
Well, yeah. We all knew he was going to say that. Isn't it amazing these machines exist and surgery is becoming more and more redundant?
Cyberknife. The QE's is only one of 6 in the country. Despite the name, there's actually no cutting involved. The Cyberknife system delivers a highly targeted form of radiotherapy and uses 3D scans and robotics for what can be potentially life-saving treatment.
We largely treat people with lung cancer, breast cancer, melanoma, brain tumours that have spread from primary cancers.
What do you think of the Take It Down Act Trump signed? I'm not familiar with it.
Elsewhere outside of the brain. The benefit of using this technique is because it allows our machines to target the lesions that we want to.
To keep the patient in position for the targeted treatment, a specially fitted mesh mask is put in place. A scan of the area to be treated is downloaded into the Cyberknife system, which maps out where the hundreds of beams of radiation need to be delivered.
So we're targeting the lesion here with 197 beams. So we've got a nice MRI showing us exactly where it is.
An X-ray producing accelerator gun mounted on a robot arm delivers high-dose beams of radiation. As it moves around, it can attack the tumor from different angles, delivering the radiation with the precision of 1/10 of a millimeter.
Well, that is interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This caused a massive accident, which Jeremy described as very severe. He supposedly rushed to the aid of one of the passengers in the crash and called emergency services to have them rescued.
When that happened, I stepped back and said to myself and my wife, I can do this better. I know that I can do it better. I know that somebody should have always been there. I know that we should be following, or they should be following, EVOC procedures.
Whether or not this story is true is not for me to say. However, I will say
I briefly dislocated my shoulder doing shoulder press and there is still some pain. Could this decrease muscle gains even if I eat enough protein and calories? I don't know what the hell you mean by that, dude. If you're not able to lift as much, you're not going to gain as much muscle. Like, I got shot in the head, but somehow I miraculously survived, but I can't move the right side of my body. Is this gonna, like, hurt muscle gain? Even if I get enough protein? Like, yeah, I mean, if you're injured and you're not able to lift as much, then yeah, you're not gonna gain as much muscle.
that I doubt that Jeremy's main concern at that time was upholding the pristine funeral escort services. Rather, he likely saw a profession in which he would be granted legal authority to use flashing lights, sirens, uniforms, and legally dictate the flow of traffic. It was the closest thing to a police officer that he could possibly be. This one event birthed the creation of Metro State Special Services in 2011. You might be asking, why did Jeremy choose the name Metro State? Well, it could have something to do with the fact that it's a combination of the terms Metro Police and State Police, but that's just my 2 cents. If the eerily police-like name isn't enough, consider how good it would look on a repurposed police cruiser, or a black and white motorcycle covered in police lights. Or perhaps consider the completely unnecessary funeral escort badge each quote-unquote motor officer is issued, which looks nearly identical to a standard issue police badge. I could go on and on with the comparisons, but I think you get the idea.
We got dual speakers in the front for louder air horning, multiple front lights, corner lights, side lights, 45-degree angle lights, and that's all for the reason of intersections. You know, you got to make sure the intersection knows that you're there. As you see, the lights are purple.
Jeremy had found a legal loophole, and he purchased 2 cars to begin his work. He also enlisted the help of his younger brother, Dylan, to assist him in his operations. Dylan shares more than just blood relations with his older brother, as he also has a propensity for crime. Both of the brothers would find themselves in legal trouble during their early years as...
Do you think psychedelics can help with anxiety? Depends on what psychedelic. Depends on how you're using them and what setting. And usually things like marijuana increase anxiety. Mushrooms, at least while you're using them, can be extraordinarily anxiety-inducing. And they can also trigger psychosis, which also usually coincides with anxiety, so really depends.
Funeral service escorts, with a plethora of traffic citations between the two of them. Dylan also managed to find himself placed on the sex offender registry for nearly the same exact crime as his brother Jeremy. Dylan was caught flirting with and sending graphic imagery to who he believed was an underage person, but was actually a local detective conducting a massive sting operation.
Why don't you have a seat?
I just need to get home. I'm not doing the show.
Go ahead and take a seat.
But I'm not going to do this.
Take a seat right over there.
But the thing that really united them is their shared passion for funeral service escorting. Right off the bat, they obviously look like police officers, but how does a job like this allow them the same power and control? Well, rather than explaining it to you, I think it's better that I just show it.
Get in the car and move up the wrong side of the road and get to me now. And then when that van gets, come on, wave that guy, come on. When that van, green artillery, get to me now. Get to me now. Move, move, move. Stay on your horn. Stay on your horn. You got movers. Stay on your horn. You got a mover on the left. Blue sedan pulling out right from a blind building. You! Get over now! Get over now! Get over now! Pull over! Hey! Pull your fucking car over! Pull over! Hey! 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 If you pull out of the funeral one more time, you're done. Drive! 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 Drive!
Jeremy DeWitt, along with his brother and other employees, frequently engaged in speeding, illegally weaving through traffic, and blaring their sirens during what's supposed to be a peaceful funeral service. Not to mention harassing, yelling, and swearing at random drivers for accidentally entering the procession line.
And stay there until we're clear, or I'm gonna take you down myself. Stop your vehicle. I'm not gonna tell you again. Sir, I'm not gonna fucking tell you again. Stay right fucking there. Stay right fucking there. Who the fuck do you think you are? I don't know what the fuck's going on. How do you fucking not know with all the sirens and lights, you lying motherfucker? What'd you call me? You heard me. Stay right there.
They're able to get away with it most of the time due to most people not realizing that they aren't actually police officers. That being said, some of the people they harass are able to sniff them out almost immediately.
I'm sorry?
You guys law enforcement?
Are you okay?
I'm afraid, are you law enforcement?
I'm asking you a question. Are you okay?
If you're not law enforcement, I'm not stopping for you.
Listen, if you keep going, we'll figure it out real fast.
Let's figure it out real fast. If you're law enforcement, identify yourself to me. What agency?
We're with Metro State. We're a state-certified agency. You sit right there, please, sir.
I think it's worth taking the time to explain what a funeral procession escort service actually has the jurisdiction to do. According to Florida state law, funeral processions are afforded freedom to pass through intersections as long as the escort arrives at the intersection when the light is still green. Once the light turns red, they are permitted to remain there and prevent the flow of traffic to allow the procession to pass through. Other drivers are responsible for giving the procession the right of way. However, escort services are not allowed to direct traffic or enforce drivers to pull over, much like Metro State can be seen doing in these clips. As mentioned prior, they're also not allowed to speed, drive over the road's median, force drivers in oncoming traffic to pull over. Basically, they have no legal authority to do literally anything. All they're allowed to do is go through a green light.
No, I've never been pulled over.
And if the light turns red, they can keep going until the procession is passed through the intersection. That's it. Taking a look at Florida state law in regards to police impersonation, the law clearly states, a person who falsely assumes or pretends to be a sheriff or officer of the Florida Highway Patrol and takes upon himself to act as such, or to require any other person to aid or assist him in a matter pertaining to the duty of any such officer, commits a felony of the 3rd degree. The key phrase here is to act as such. We could get into the finer details of how Jeremy blatantly presents himself as law enforcement, but when he and his crew are instructing drivers to pull over and stopping cars in the middle of the street, they are inherently breaking the law, regardless of what they're wearing or how they present themselves physically, which definitely don't help their case. I also think that it's important to point out that in clips where Jeremy is asked if he is a police officer, he avoids the question entirely, saying things like, I know what I'm allowed to do and what I'm not allowed to do.
What are you doing? What the fuck does it look like I'm doing, dumb fuck? Get the fuck over before you find out.
Stop pretending you're a police officer.
Listen, motherfucker, I know what I'm allowed to do and what I'm not allowed to do. What you need to do is figure it the fuck out before you start talking shit.
and cutting us off.
I'm not cutting anyone.
Go ahead and pull your little phone out.
I'm not
do your
cutting
little
anyone
Google search and figure out what we're doing and what
I
we
know what
legally
you're doing.
allow. Good. Then back off and give us room.
I'm not interfering with you at all.
You are.
He does this in the hope of potentially convincing those he seeks to intimidate without directly breaking the law. That's not to say he isn't breaking the law, he absolutely is. And this will be shown by multiple interactions with the police that we'll continue to discuss throughout the rest of this video.
The Stop Gooning hat is back on turkeytom.shop, the latest and greatest very dark. It's available for a limit.
Jeremy is more than just a complete train wreck on the clock, however, as his own personal life manages to be equally tumultuous. Jeremy married his wife, Rania Mohammed Abdelrahman, on July 25, 2005. The details of their relationship or how they met are uncertain, but it is known that Rania was born in Egypt and moved to America to be with Jeremy. On top of that, their marriage license was issued on July 19, 2005, which happened to be the same day that Jeremy pled guilty for his 2005 case involving the 15-year-old girl. I guess they decided to just get married on the same day he pled guilty, kill two birds with one stone kind of thing. Despite her spending years without her husband while he rotted in jail, she wanted to remain with him and stay faithful. Jeremy, on the other hand, was less fulfilled by their relationship, specifically in the bedroom, which likely prompted his decision to create an account on Ashley Madison. For the unaware, Ashley Madison is a dating site designed specifically for married people looking to arrange an affair behind their partner's back. Under the username SFOps2015, which references the phrase Special Force Operations, Jeremy began seeking women, specifically non-white exotic women who wanted more than just money. Luckily, Jeremy found just what he was looking for in a woman named Jennifer Burton. The two began chatting before exchanging contact details for the private messaging service Kik. During their conversation, Jeremy told Jennifer that he was a police officer, and his profile picture on Kik read, "Every cop who puts this on in the morning knows there's a chance they might not come back at night. Let's appreciate our cops." We also have some of their interactions, which are very funny. "You want me to call you? Is that you? Yup. On their first date, Jeremy showed up with police equipment and arrived in his Metro State Cruiser. They had a nice dinner at the Palm restaurant located in the Hard Rock Cafe and planned on getting a room after, but for some reason they weren't able to get a room, so they settled in at the local Comfort Inn and Suites instead. After a night of fun, the two parted ways. Jeremy had kept his name private, referring to himself only as Jay. Jennifer had learned of his last name, however, due to a patch that revealed his name was DeWitt. So she began searching different variations of his name to learn more about him, eventually correctly guessing the name of Jeremy DeWitt. That's when she discovered that he was a convicted felon and a registered sex offender. This concerned her greatly, considering it meant that he was pretending to be a cop. Jennifer confronted him about this, and he continued to lie. Originally claiming his name was in fact Jay, he insisted.
I flex my arms. There you go. Arm flex.
That he was allowed to carry a gun on his belt, and he also claimed that his sex offender status was bogus. He also notably claimed that he joined the U.S. Special Forces, another complete lie that Jeremy will continue to push for the foreseeable future. Jeremy has a different side of the story, however. He claims their first date took place in December of 2017, as opposed to Jennifer, who claimed the date was in March of 2018. He says they only had sex one time, the day of their first date, and they never got down and dirty ever again. Shortly after, Jennifer began asking for money. While he did oblige her with cash for a while, when Jeremy's wife found out that he was giving her money, she put an end to it. Shortly after he stopped sending the funds, he was contacted by the cops in relation to an anonymous tip, in which he was accused of smuggling firearms. After a thorough investigation, the police turned up with no evidence of that claim. Regardless of what really happened, it's certain that Jennifer decided to call the police on Jeremy, noted by a police report in April of 2018. On the 7th of that month, a warrant was issued for his arrest for 2 counts of failing to register online accounts as a sex offender. You see, part of Jeremy's conditions as an offender were that he had to inform the police of any online accounts he created, which he hadn't done for his Ashley Madison or his Kik. A trial ensued and it would continue for some time. However, unbeknownst to the courts, Jennifer and Jeremy had already made amends 1 month after his arrest. Supposedly, Jeremy heavily pressured her to change her testimony during this time, threatening to either flee to Egypt with his wife or take his own life. Yes, by the way, even after learning of his affair, his wife stayed with him. The two seemed to remain out of each other's lives for some time, but it all came crashing down in the early months of the following year. On February 20th, 2019, Jennifer called the cops and alleged that on January 28th, she had been assaulted by Jeremy. Under the pretense that Jeremy wanted to show off his new ambulances for Metro State, Jennifer arrived at the headquarters. Supposedly, Jeremy had coerced her inside of the ambulance and assaulted her inside of it. The police and Jennifer eventually decided to do a controlled phone call in which Jennifer would call Jeremy to gather evidence while the police listened in. However, when she called, she was shocked to hear a woman answer the phone, a woman by the name of Jessica. Jennifer claimed to have not known who Jessica was, yet surprisingly, Jessica knew that Jennifer was, quote, not allowed to call Jeremy. This is likely because Jennifer had filed a restraining order against Jeremy just a day before she called the police about the assault. On the 6th of February, she had written an email to the judicial assistant presiding over Jeremy's pending case, where she revealed that Jeremy had been attempting to get her to change her story and revoke her claims. Supposedly, when this was discovered, Jeremy and his employees began sending Jennifer harassing phone calls, and she was eventually granted a restraining order against him. But ultimately, this allegation of sexual assault went nowhere, as it appears to be fabricated. Shortly after, Jeremy accepted a plea deal of 1 year of community control. However, 2 weeks later, he had already managed to violate it, resulting in his subsequent arrest. He faced 5 years in prison, but ultimately was sentenced to only 30 days, with 23 days already served, meaning he spent 1 whole week in jail before becoming a free man once again. Once he was out, the no-contact order against Jennifer was lifted.
Dude, this guy is fucking unhinged.
If you're confused about all of this, that's because the situation is genuinely confusing. From what I'm able to figure out, Jennifer had become jealous when she discovered Jessica's existence. Full name Jessica Bolden. She seems to be another quote-unquote exotic woman that Jeremy met on Ashley Madison. It appears that after Jennifer learned about her involvement in Jeremy's life, she became jealous and began trying to get Jessica arrested. Both Jeremy and Jessica seem to believe that Jennifer is responsible for an anonymous CPS call against her as well. This anonymous CPS caller claimed that Jessica was doing drugs and drinking, and also claimed to have witnessed Jessica's children playing with Heineken bottles. In a follow-up call, the individual claimed that one of her children was friends with Jessica's daughter. They also alleged that Jessica's boyfriend was molesting the young girl, and that she didn't care to stop it. Notably, they claim that the boyfriend in question is a registered offender, drives a security car, and has a wife named Rania, clearly referencing Jeremy. Ultimately, these allegations never amounted to anything, including the investigation into Jeremy's alleged assault of Jennifer, which, as mentioned prior, turned up no evidence of wrongdoing. From what I can tell, Jennifer is probably some form of mentally ill, in a manner that somehow makes Jeremy DeWitt look pretty normal, which is impressive. Jennifer herself has a long history with law enforcement and filing reports. In March of 2018, her own grandmother filed a request for her eviction from her apartment. She claimed that Jennifer was both physically and verbally abusive. She also claims that Jennifer has a long history of filing false police reports, including unspecified accusations she made against her grandmother's son. The final straw was a police report she filed against her grandmother, which resulted in her arrest. Jessica, on the other hand, is a bit more sane, at least as sane as you can be while consenting to be in a relationship with a guy like Jeremy. However, she was well aware of Jeremy's propensity to get involved with law enforcement. In fact, she was even present for a verbal confrontation between Jeremy and police officers called on him by suspicious bystanders. The confrontation itself isn't too interesting, with the cops questioning his apparel and his intentions. However, Jeremy makes a notable claim while arguing with a nearby security guard.
Representing your company well right now, okay?
Security guard?
No, he's not.
You don't need to worry about
security.
Are you clear for that?
He owns this business.
Are you clear for that? Sir, what's your GS level? Because I know what my military level was, my classification. Okay, we don't need to go through. Okay.
Jeremy claims he can recall his military level, implying that he served in the military. That's because Jeremy likes lying about much more than just him serving as a member of the police force.
What branch of the military were you in?
Army.
Army? So was I. Where were you stationed?
I was Benning and then I was Bragg. I was originally a Ranger, 3rd Battalion out of Benning, and then I was 3rd Group out of Bragg.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you. What did you do?
So you jumped?
Oh yeah, I've been jump certified since I was 18.
Wow.
That's why I left the Army. I had a streamer. My riser popped when I was going into Fallujah.
Jeremy even claims that he was jump certified and parachuted into the Second Battle of Fallujah, a very famous battle in the Iraq War that took place in November of 2004. We know this isn't the case for two reasons. Number one, that would conflict with the timeline of his encounter with the 15-year-old girl that ultimately put him on the sex offender registry. And number two, a Freedom of Information request was made and revealed that there is no evidence of Jeremy serving in the military at all. On top of that, while it's not impossible, it's pretty difficult for felons to be allowed to join the military. Despite this chaotic string of events, Jeremy once again found himself a free man. Of course, he still hadn't learned from his mistakes and would continue blurring the line between funeral escort and badass crime stopper. But before he could get arrested for that, he would have the police called on him during a domestic disturbance in June of 2019. While on vacation in Chicago with his wife, the two stayed in an Airbnb. Jeremy had the cops called on him after he was seen throwing metal chairs off of the 6-story balcony, something he claims to have done in order to get the attention of a tow truck driver he had called to tow his car.
Hold on. He held a weapon on him. He held a weapon on him. Yes, he did. He pulled a weapon on him. He pulled a weapon on him. What are you guys doing? My badge. Where's my badge? Where's my badge? I have my badge and my information in the call, Florida. Yes. Okay, give us one. You need to come down for us.
We figured things out. It's gonna be
We'll stop him first.
Jeremy was placed in handcuffs and eventually placed in the back of a cruiser. He lied to the police and told them he was a cop, which the arresting officers took his word on in good faith. This lie is also why they chose to do Jeremy a solid and offered that under the condition that he apologized directly to the tow truck driver.
I do have refeed days when dieting, and it's either once or twice a week. Wouldn't really technically be carb cycling, but Dodo donates Western media won't show you the real China.
In the 13th century, a young Venetian...
He was literally paid to go to China and do pro-Chinese content. Does he do the whole, it looks like you're on the ground, but you're actually on the 5th story. He did that in another video.
A new female...
Yeah, fuck China, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
They would not officially book him. Jeremy promised that he would quote-unquote eat humble pie and simply apologize, but he seemingly refused to truly take accountability during his half-hearted apology.
I am sorry. I didn't know who you were at first, and then when you're trying to hook up, I'm screaming down. You heard me screaming. I was trying to stop you from doing it because we're allowed to be there. And I don't know where the communication error is happening, how these people are calling the police or the towing. I mean, you're just, I understand you're just doing your job. But when you pull the screwdriver, I'm worried about my wife's safety.
He's not pulling the screwdriver to attack you. Why would he?
I'm a president. But you're lying. I'm going to tell you why.
Calm down. Listen to me for a minute. Do you think he'd actually pull a screwdriver on a woman? Come on. She's like a quarter of the size. Yeah, that's silly.
I'm sorry. All right, brother, I swear I am sorry.
We got to do the report. You got to cover that damage for me.
Jeremy may have managed to dodge any tangible repercussions this time, but a few months later, it would be a different story. On September 7th, 2019, Jeremy was arrested once again, but this time it was during business hours. And the entire thing was recorded on an actual officer's body cam for us to see.
Sergeant, my vehicle's not stolen, Sergeant. I can tell you right now, everything's being videotaped on my body cam, Sergeant. So, that's not a firearm, Sergeant. Hey, officers, I'm getting this all on video camera, and I can promise you, this isn't going to go the way you're planning.
2 days later, Jeremy gave an interview to a local news network where he demanded a letter of apology and a suspension for the officers involved. He also voiced concerns on how this arrest might negatively affect his business and said that arresting him during a funeral service was in poor taste.
At no point should I ever been pulled over. At no point should I have ever been put in handcuffs. At no point should I ever been stripped of my gear in public while the funeral that I worked for was passing by. So now my business is going to suffer. Definitely going to want some kind of suspension and definitely a letter of apology.
It also appears that Jeremy was nearly arrested about a week later after an off-duty deputy sheriff noticed Jeremy and his team holding up traffic at an intersection. Supposedly, Jeremy approached the man, unaware that he was a cop, and began harassing him. Jeremy physically hit the man's car, put his hand on his gun holster, and began yelling profanities at him. All the while, the man's wife and 4-year-old child were in the back seat. Jeremy was, for some reason, not arrested for this. However, one of his employees, Randall Brocchius, real name by the way, was arrested for having an actual 9mm handgun on his belt.
What kind of weapon is that?
It's a 1911.
It's a regular handgun?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have what do you have to carry that weapon openly in the state of Florida?
I have a G license.
G license, but the problem is this is not a security company.
Okay.
So by the law, you're under arrest.
Randall has a short history of similar incidents himself related to openly displaying a firearm in public. Jeremy also had the cops called on him on the 26th of September. That's right, 3 times in 1 month alone. But who's counting? A woman called the police on him after seeing him directing traffic and believed he was impersonating a police officer, which he was, although it doesn't appear he received any legal consequences for this. 1 month later, Jeremy was arrested again, this time for the same charge as his previous arrest. Only a few weeks after that, on November 15th, 2019, he was arrested again for, I mean, you can probably guess, he robbed an ice cream truck.
We're hearing from the local ice cream truck driver who was robbed by 3 young children in the Skyline area.
No, I'm kidding. Okay, it was impersonating a police officer. If I'm counting properly, that's at least 5 different documented encounters with the cops in the span of 2.5 months. Now, is this because Jeremy was becoming increasingly negligent and belligerent in his work as time progressed? Well, that's almost certainly a factor. But the main reason for all of these arrests and verbal warnings is due to the police cracking down on his little operation. Corporal John Ramsey and Sergeant Keith Vidler were both tasked with finding a way to put Jeremy behind bars for good. The best way to describe the dynamic between Jeremy and Sergeant Vidler in particular is that of mortal enemies. Jeremy directly claimed that Sergeant Vidler had been targeting and harassing him and his employees. Jeremy specifically believed the influx in recent arrests was due to this harassment campaign. He specifically said in his interview with the local news, the fact that we were running our business for 10 years with no problems, and then all of a sudden now it keeps happening over and over, it's a little confusing and very discerning. This doesn't seem to be entirely true, as Jeremy was pulled over by the aforementioned Corporal John Ramsey in 2015 for his illegal use of an air horn. Although there is a bit of truth to what Jeremy claims. From 2009 to 2018, the sheriff of Orange County was Jerry Demings, and Jeremy was only arrested twice during his reign. Once for failure to register as a sex offender, and once for violating his probation. But anything to do with his work at Metro State never resulted in an arrest. It was only when Jeremy Demings was elected mayor of Orange County and John Mina became Orange County's new sheriff that things began to change. And even Jeremy himself has said as much. This has led some people to believe that perhaps Jeremy had a deal with Sheriff Demings that kept him out of trouble, although there's no proof of that. Ultimately, a major development would come from this new investigation in February of 2020, when Florida prosecutors filed a boatload of new charges on Jeremy. 5 counts of falsely impersonating a police officer, 2 counts of unlawful interception of wire or oral communication, and 1 charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. All felonies. A majority of these charges stemmed from offenses in September, October, and November of 2019, as well as 2 charges from 2017 and 18 respectively. He turned himself in on the 26th of that same month. But how strong was the case? Well, the cases for police impersonation seemed to be pretty open and shut. After Jeremy's arrest, the sheriff's office received a warrant to search the Metro State business, including personal computers. While investigating, they found a file titled Jay's Cool Stuff, which contained an extremely incriminating video. The first 20 minutes show a routine funeral escort service from Jeremy's perspective with nothing out of the ordinary. But about 5 minutes after the escort service ends, we see a black Porsche pass by Jeremy and pull in front of him. So Jeremy decides to do this.
Hi! How are you today?
I'm good, how are you?
You must have missed that it's 45 through there, and then you use the turning lane to cut through traffic.
Yeah.
I understand you're in a nice car and everything, but let's be a little more mature the way you drive. Let's drive the right way then.
Are you a cop?
Don't worry about what I am, because I'm a state agent, so what you need to do is make sure you're doing the right thing, fuckboy.
Now, after speeding and weaving between cars, he starts harassing a man for essentially no reason at all. While
Why the hell did he record this and save it? He's being arrested for this so many times.
identifying himself as a state agent, he begins listing traffic violations to the driver and scolding him for his supposed bad driving. Considering that Jeremy is currently riding a police-like motorcycle and is equipped with a police-like uniform and utility belt with police-like equipment, it's hard to imagine he's not attempting to appear as a police officer in this moment. After the driver pulls away, Jeremy begins chasing after him, clearly exceeding the speed limit to continue harassing him.
He's with that bullshit, but he ain't about that life.
Fuckboy?
Yeah.
That's real nice.
Yeah, I know.
Real professional.
The way you almost hit me, fuckboy,
Oh, yeah.
the way it's professional, bitch ass.
You're not a cop.
You want to fight?
Violating the fucking rule too.
How's that?
You can act like you're fucking stopping me.
I didn't pull you over. Did I make a traffic stop on you, fuckboy? Yeah, you're lucky I don't get out and beat. Come on, let's go, bitch. Get out your fucking car. Let's go.
Jeremy even challenges this dude to a fight, which he accepts, but he refuses to fight him in the middle of the street and asks that Jeremy follow him to a nearby parking lot. Jeremy does not follow him and instead continues driving forward. After discovering this footage, detectives were able to contact the man in the video, who claimed that at first he did believe that Jeremy was a cop, but after he realized that he was a complete fraud, he drove away. However, after the second escalation and Jeremy became more aggressive, he began to fear for his life as he was unsure what weapons Jeremy had on him. Ultimately, the investigators found that this was enough evidence to charge him with false impersonation of a police officer and aggravated assault, the latter likely stemming from Jeremy's belligerent threats and him putting his hands aggressively inside the guy's car. But of course, the investigators found way more incriminating footage than just that. This time, they found a 7-minute video in which Jeremy, referring to himself as Jay, speaks to a woman named Heather on the phone. What's not on camera is what had transpired beforehand. At about 11 a.m. on that day, Heather stopped at a red light, and shortly after heard sirens coming from behind her. That's when a black and white motorcycle entered the intersection with flashing lights. After a few moments, the motorcyclist, who Heather thought was a police officer, began barking orders at her to move her car. She became suspicious of the guy, considering she wasn't aware of any legal department called Metro State, and because the flashing lights on the bike were purple and amber instead of the standard red and blue. Heather ultimately decided to call the police due to this guy's aggressive driving and what she felt to be a suspect's presence as law enforcement. Afterwards, it seems that Heather began attempting to contact Metro State and eventually got in a call with Jeremy himself. The contents of the call are not too important, but the nature of the call was, as Jeremy had recorded it without informing Heather that he was doing so.
I mean, I'm not trying to sound like a jerk, but I mean, you had time to look up our website to find the phone number to call my supervisor and then talk to him on the phone. So I'm assuming you had time to look up what we do.
Well, you weren't doing it.
Okay, so tell me exactly what happened so I can figure out what's going on.
Based on the evidence provided, Sergeant Keith Vidler felt there was probable cause to charge Jeremy with illegally recording the woman and falsely impersonating a police officer. Another one of the charges stems all the way back to 2018. In this video, we can see Jeremy illegally stopping traffic and pulling cars over. However, one of the vehicles, a silver Nissan truck, was not having it. The driver, named Kevin, immediately began asking Jeremy for his credentials and whether or not he was law enforcement. Of course, Jeremy avoided the question, and Kevin affirmed that if he wasn't law enforcement, he wasn't going to stop for him. He even went as far as to directly request that Jeremy write him a citation. Eventually, Kevin got tired of waiting and pulled off, and Jeremy began verbally lashing out at him in the middle of the funeral procession.
If you're not law enforcement, I'm not stopping for you.
Listen, if you keep going, we'll figure it out real fast.
Let's figure it out real fast.
Florida Statute 316, 1974 says we have the right of way with emergency vehicles. You need to sit tight, sir.
No, I don't.
You need to sit tight.
Answer my question.
I'm videotaping everything right now. I'll get your tag number. If you continue the way you are, we'll have to take care of the situation. I need you to sit tight.
Would you let me speak? If you're law enforcement, identify yourself to me. What agency?
We're with Metro State. We're a state certified agency. You sit right there, please, sir. Thank you.
Can you write me a citation? Excuse me.
Come on, man. Get out of the fucking way. Sit tight, sir. Please don't continue. Hey, fuck boy. Hey, piece of shit, fuck boy. Motherfuck, fuck boy.
You might have heard Kevin say as he drove away, reach for it. The likely reason he said this is because at that moment, Jeremy put his hand on his pepperball pistol. This is what got him his aggravated assault with a deadly weapon charge, with Florida Statute 784-021 stating the charge is an intentional threat with words or actions, the ability to carry out a threat, and an action that creates fear in another person who believes violence is imminent. This wouldn't be the first or the last time Jeremy had done something like this. As mentioned prior, he was nearly arrested on September 16th for threatening an off-duty sheriff's deputy with his wife and children inside the car. These are just 3 of the felony court cases against Jeremy DeWitt, with the others bearing a similar resemblance in both context and consequence. Of course, one unaddressed consequence on top of these legal cases was the public backlash he received from Jeremy's fellow Orange County residents. Tens of thousands of people die every single day, which means that funeral services and funeral escort services will find their way into someone's lives eventually. Unfortunately, Metro State was one of the few funeral escort services in Orange County, leading to a load of unsavory transgressions with both random pedestrians and funeral attendants alike. I encountered your funeral escort services today. Your inept escort waved me through a red light. I was almost hit. Thankfully, I hit and locked my brakes. There was no way for anyone to tell this was a funeral procession. The only sign was a tiny, difficult to discern flag on the first car. Your vehicles look like an emergency vehicle, so folks don't know what to make of them, as your car stopped full lanes of traffic in the middle of intersections. By what authority do you have the right to direct traffic? Your vehicle stopping in the center lane at every intersection, confusing drivers, made the drive from Longwood to Winter Park dangerous. Had it not been for hurricane prep, I would have called 911. Other public reviews for Metro State echo a very similar sentiment. Notably, one anonymous individual representing the company, most likely Jeremy, would often respond with passive-aggressive apologies and shift the blame towards those with unpleasant experiences. We at Metro State truly apologize that you had such an upsetting encounter with one of our escorts. However, the officers, after review of all body cameras and cameras of the vehicles on escort, show all vehicles entering properly on a green light. The statute clearly states that all vehicles are to be yielded to as a fire or ambulance. So I apologize that you were extremely busy with your hurricane preparations, but that may be the reason why you were involved in an upsetting situation, because you are unable to see that the funeral had the right of way. Just because you have a green light does not mean you have the right of way. It seems like negative reviews were beginning to get on Jeremy's nerves, and it's very likely he began uploading fake positive reviews to whatever review site hosted his business. This is quite obvious when you notice that the same messages, word for word, are uploaded by different people within the same time of each other. This isn't a one-time occurrence, by the way, as 2 individuals named Mark and Andra were also posting identical messages not even a full minute apart. It seems like Jeremy was so concerned concerned with losing business that he began planting fake reviews that implied anyone looking for funeral escorts were not able to get them from the local sheriff's office, which is a complete lie. While Jeremy was facing scrutiny in the court system, beginning with his court hearings for his numerous felony cases in March of 2020, he was also facing scrutiny online. The YouTuber Blue Bacon livestreamed himself conducting an interview with someone who claimed to be a Metro State contractor. The interview itself is not too notable. What is interesting is that the Metro State YouTube channel began spamming comments under the video. It would truly be nice that before you post any videos, you confirm that person actually works for us, because you just posted a video of somebody speaking about our company and our boss and never worked for us. But it's about your likes, not the truth. And we understand that. You should call our office and schedule an interview with the owner. We have a very up-to-date call system, and we receive every call and or respond to every call that comes in. We have never received any call from you or your staff asking for any kind of interview or info about our past contractors. I have been the HR secretary for over 6 years, and I personally handle all calls, and never once have we spoken. But again, it's for your viewers, not the truth. I have a sneaking suspicion that Jeremy might be the one behind these comments, which apparently is a common sentiment. Regardless of who really was behind this diatribe, it goes to show that those involved in Metro State, and of course Jeremy, were well aware of the negative discourse growing online, and they weren't too happy about it. Jeremy was scheduled to have his hearing on March 17th, the day after Blue Bacon conducted his interview with the alleged employee. However, on March 13th, the pandemic threw a stick in the spokes, and the hearing had to be rescheduled for April 2nd of 2020, presumably when the quarantine would be over. Of course, in hindsight, we know a series of further delays would happen, and his cases would, for the time, be stuck in limbo. But a global pandemic wasn't going to stop Jeremy and his lackeys from breaking the law. People are still dying, and funerals are still happening, meaning Jeremy would be free to continue LARPing as a police officer until the world went back to normal. Unfortunately, however, he and Jessica had broken up back in November of 2019, and she chose to dissolve 2 businesses she had filed under her name, Metro State Emergency Services Unit and Metro State Services, leaving Jeremy only with his vehicle protection unit and forced to sell off his ambulances. She claims her reasoning for this was due to deciding not to pursue the business and not authorizing the signature, whatever that means, although it's more likely that she just wasn't interested in helping him anymore. Things only got worse when on April 13th of 2020, he was arrested again for failing to register a vehicle as an offender. At this point, each arrest stopped being an individual point of stress, and it morphed into a consistently growing issue for Jeremy. That's likely why he attempted to get the heat off him after he allegedly sold Metro State Services that same month. This is bizarre, as you'd have to wonder who would want to take on the mantle of the new owner of Metro State, with its legacy forever tarnished and its name still actively involved in multiple felony cases. Not much would transpire for some time that year until September, when Jeremy was set to go to court. According to his ex, Jennifer, Jeremy was offered a total of 18 months in prison and probation for all of his felony charges. If this deal did actually exist, it was likely rejected by Jeremy due to the added stipulation that Metro State be
Fuck.
Police Academy and just illegal.
God damn it. Q tonight tellers, watch vid. Read the comments. Speed is indoctrinating children to love China.
Alright guys, this is the most advanced robot in China. Let's go.
Yeah, the most advanced robot in China is right.
You just did a flip.
Oh my god.
Hi everyone, I'm Shiloh Hendricks. I wanted to take a little time to talk to you all about what's been going on with my fundraiser and kind of the aftermath of the park situation. Also some concerns that have been brought to my attention. There are a lot of people who think that this has all been a scam, that I haven't been getting my money and that it's not going to me. I have gotten every dime of my money. It's all gone to me. Nobody has asked me for any money. So there's that. Rest assured, all the money has gone to me. When this first started, I had a handful of people helping me out. Anglo-Saxon Girl, Tom Hennessy, Paul Miller, and Officer Bone, Avi. And they really just, its own fundraiser. That had nothing to do with myself and the rest of the people that were involved. As soon as we found out the truth about all of that, I severed ties with him immediately. I am not married to him. I don't know him. I've never met any of these people. They're very overwhelming, and we are in the process of looking for a home. We have
Boring. Thanks for the donation, Q. Where the fuck were we?
Likely he began uploading fake positive reviews to feed off him after he allegedly sold Metro State Services that same. Jeremy was content in fighting his battle the hard way, even if it meant finding a method to continue his dreams of police impersonation. But as luck would have it, Jeremy was offered an olive branch, where he would be able to give his side of the story. Whether it be a 200 IQ manipulation tactic, or the byproduct of Jeremy's delusions completely taking over, he felt as though it was a good idea to make an appearance on the show Dr. Phil, after being contacted by the show's producers.
The Dr. Phil show will show the
the harassment that we continue to go through. It will also show the uniforms and equipment such as this that we use and are being constantly still harassed to this day, even after multiple situations that have happened over the years.
After the producers did some research, including watching countless videos of Jeremy on the job, they agreed. Now, Dr. Phil, or his team, or whoever, is well known for copyright striking just about any video with even a second of footage from his show, so unfortunately I can't show you the actual episode itself, but I will describe what was discussed and the revelations that came from his appearance on the program. Jeremy spends a lot of time defending Metro State, from their vehicles to their uniforms and their equipment. He tends to obfuscate very obvious attempts at looking like a cop based on technicalities within the law or standard practice in Orlando's local police force. For example, he points out that their neon green high-vis polo shirts are not standard issue for their jurisdiction's law enforcement. This obviously fails to account for other uniforms they wear, like their full black outfits that are nearly identical to that of the Orlando police. On top of that, the average person may not be aware that cops in their area are not issued this type of uniform. Jeremy is technically correct in the eyes of the law, but it's undeniable that the way he presents himself is trying to look like a real cop. Another example is the insignia on the front of their motorcycles, a wheel with two wings on either side and banners on the top and bottom. This is nearly identical to official police motorcycle logos across the country. He claims that Florida doesn't use this logo at all, and says that off the top of his head he knows that only California and Ohio use that logo. Once again,
I thought the Dr. Phil show was cancelled.
This was from a few years ago. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Appreciate it.
this is a method of getting as close to looking like a cop as possible without technically impersonating them. More so, it's interesting that Jeremy has that fact in his back pocket, as if he had done research into what jurisdictions use what logos to defend himself whenever he's questioned. Jeremy believes that local law enforcement is harassing him due to his past of police impersonation. On the surface, this simply doesn't make any sense, and this claim becomes even more dubious when you consider that the Metro State utility belt is nearly identical to that of a real cop. The belts have flashlights, even though funeral services and processions only take place when the sun is up. Some of the Metro State employees, including Jeremy, carry pepperball guns, which resemble that of a standard issue 9mm pistol. The belt also contained handcuffs, which is a tool that members of the Metro State escort service would never legally be able to use. They can't arrest people. Jeremy himself admits that no one on his team has the legal authority to apply handcuffs to anybody, but completely refuses to answer why he carries them, only making the technically true statement that it's not illegal to have them. It's very apparent what's going on here. Jeremy defends the multiple police-like tools and equipment on his belt because technically having a flashlight, handcuffs, and a pepperball gun are not illegal. He never uses these objects during his work, especially the ones that would be illegal to carry without a security license, so he's technically not broken any laws. But why does he carry them? The only real thing they do is trick unsuspecting people into thinking they might be police. Jeremy also gets pressed on a claim he frequently makes whenever he's pressed by those who doubt his authority, claiming that Metro State is a state-approved agency. This claim is also particularly deceptive, as it's relatively vague in what it even means. A person might hear this and assume they're agents of the state, implying they do have some kind of authority. There is also no state approval of Metro State, unless of course he means that in the sense that his business pays taxes and legally operates as a business. By that logic, any random store or restaurant would also be a state-approved agency. You heard it here first, guys. The Turkey Tom channel is a state-approved agency. Just kidding. I would never pay taxes. Just kidding. Most notable from his appearance was his willingness to take a lie detector test to prove he was innocent. Jeremy was asked 3 simple questions. Have you ever knowingly misused your funeral escort rights to appear as someone empowered by law enforcement? Have you falsely presented yourself to a citizen as someone empowered by law enforcement? During the course of your duties, have you knowingly used authority exclusively given to law enforcement officers? Jeremy answered no to all 3 of these questions, and his responses were determined to be untruthful. According to the professional who conducted this test, Jeremy essentially broke the scale with how much he was lying. With his methodology, a person would have to score a -3 or less to be considered deceptive. Jeremy scored a -37. But of course, Jeremy claimed that he wasn't lying, and the reason he failed the test was due to nerves. I'm not sure what Jeremy was expecting to get out of this, but he didn't get a whole lot. Not only was Dr. Phil and his viewership thoroughly unconvinced, but his trip to California to film the show likely caused him more problems than it was worth. Unfortunately for him, his luck would run out rather quickly, as Jeremy would get arrested again. This time, it was because of his appearance on Dr. Phil. Jeremy failed to inform the police of his intentions to fly to California to film the show, subsequently violating his probation. This was a 3rd-degree felony, and Jeremy was facing another 5 years in prison. He was bailed out the following day on $1,500 under the condition that he did not leave the jurisdiction. At this point, his next court hearing was set for April of 2021. Things may seem extremely chaotic at this point, and there's no doubt that they are. Jeremy has alleged that the local sheriff's department is harassing him under the belief that he is being targeted by the aforementioned Keith Vidler. Well, around this time, a series of leaked emails would be published to the Jeremy DeWitt case website. One of the emails comes in December of 2019, in which Sergeant Vidler confirms with his supervisor that, quote, per your order, the Jeremy DeWitt and Metro State investigation has been shut down today, even though the investigation has uncovered more felony crimes. The felony crimes we pulled case numbers for have all been filed with the state's attorney's office. Sergeant Vidler laments that he feels he wasn't given enough time to fully examine and investigate the case, but states he did the best he could with the time afforded. Something I have yet to fully discuss is the Jeremy DeWitt case website, and how it's seemingly been defunct since mid-2021. This website was the primary archive for all things Jeremy DeWitt, including interviews, court documents, important footage, and more. Most of it has been archived. However, there is some information lost to time. In its early stages, the website was hypercritical of Jeremy, but around his December arrest, things began to change. When the website posted the update informing the viewers of his arrest, the anonymous admin included a link to a recently created Teespring web shop which Jeremy had created. Initially, I thought nothing of this, as it seemed to just be documenting the website's creation and nothing more, but as the updates continued to pour in, they would all include Jeremy's Teespring link, accompanied with details regarding pre-orders. This was strange enough. However, the articles it would add would become more and more charitable towards Jeremy, and even directly attack fellow critics. In an article titled The Vlogger, the website grills the owner of a YouTube channel called Real World Police, a police body cam footage channel that saw a massive uptick in viewership once they began posting Jeremy Jeremy DeWitt-related footage. The website's admin surprisingly criticizes the owner, Jay Horowitz, saying, "Despite labeling himself as a journalist, Jay Horowitz didn't appear to be impartial when he openly mocked and defamed Jeremy every week for nearly a year. This is strange, considering the website was seemingly created in the hopes of exposing Jeremy, and nothing about it had indicated to me that it was attempting to give a both sides perspective until this very moment." The website also began trying to posture Jeremy as a victim. In an article titled "The Updates, Part 11, we're informed of a police call Jeremy made to the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. Jeremy claimed to have received an envelope in the mail.
Pixie's lawyers doing funny business with witness statements. Looks like they want to seal future witness statements from the public but won't litigate them if it isn't sealed. Seems like bullshit.
Yeah. So these are just bullshit witness statements. All the court documents are public, not sure why Doe is lying about them. Also not entirely sure why we're litigating this on Twitter, but okay. Here's the email exchange. Doe selectively quotes, filings are public. She hopes to have people come in randomly to join motions, make anonymous filings and accusations, and if the court rejects the motion, to seal these filings, withdrawing those names without ever making them available to me. This is a violation of civil procedure and obviously a violation of my rights. The issue was never about filing things under seal. It was about withholding names from me, including a screenshot of the email exchange. She didn't include that her irrelevant email was responding to. So, yeah, basically they want to be able to file just any nonsense claim, and then Destiny won't be able to have any fucking way of disproving any of these statements. This is just, oh my god. This is a complete joke. And then Just Talk is, like, defending Pixie. Right, okay. Fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation to retarded lawyers. Like, I mean, they're only interested in getting paid, right? So, like, look, there's no case here. They know it. Pixie hired them, and they're throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. It's just the way it goes. Thanks for the donation, retarded lawyers.
With a handwritten letter and a mysterious white substance. The letter in question apparently read, "Jeremy DeWitt, how does it feel to be dating a pedophile? Your husband hit my vehicle one day. Now you and him will have to pay. How would you like it if I raped your wife like you raped that child? I got the perfect option. Instead, I don't live too far. How about I just blow up your house when I am sure you and your wife and whoever you live with and you and your company building? You sick monster. Your wife must be retarded. Your day is coming soon. The only way I would not do this is if you get on YouTube and apologize for all your shit." You probably have a dozen questions, and unfortunately, there are no answers. The website uncharacteristically does not do its due diligence to substantiate this claim or this letter. Typically, images of police reports are shown to prove their legitimacy, which are completely absent here. The letter contains a number, uncensored, which the admin made no effort in backtracing like they typically would. And no...
Forgot my namification. Donating $2 is the debate / battle for how racism is defined, just a lost cause when talking with lefties. There's no point in debating them, period. Seems no matter what argument is used, they just will not give it up and refuse to agree that power dynamics do not determine if someone can be racist. They're just part of a weird, retarded cult. Again, they're Marxists, and they just want to use, like, these victim tactics to attack people they don't like. So, yeah, there's no point debating them on basically anything. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
No further context is given in regards to what happened. This entire thing could easily be made up, and the idea that someone would send a letter of this nature through the United States Postal Service and include their own phone number is kind of hard to believe. But the website was doing more than just running defense. They were going as far as deleting previous entries. Take, for example, the photo stream, a 3-part article that suspiciously disappears after some time. The first entry of the photo stream discusses an online account that Jeremy uses on the social media platform Flickr. The account, which represented Metro State, posted photos featuring police-related stuff, such as cruisers, bikes, and police officers themselves. The article points out that the account frequently likes posts from another user named Bull Neck. Bull Neck described himself as a gay man with a partner and specifies his interest in hypermasculinity. The article implies that the owner of the Metro State Flickr account is possibly gay, with him and Bull Neck's shared interest in hypermasculine police officers. At the end of the article, the administrator reveals a subsequent part 2 that will delve deeper into the Metro State Flickr account, but there appears to be no available archives of this second article. This really confused me while doing research, but I chalked it up to a simple accident on behalf of whoever was archiving the articles at the time. Interestingly though, the third entry of the article is still available on the Wayback Machine. This segment also goes on to allege that Jeremy is potentially homosexual, with it claiming that the account's owner appeared to to show interest in transsexual and transgender women. The account also showed a clear interest in foreign women, which would line up with Jeremy's particular interest in what he described as exotic babes. Of course, none of these interests are harmful. However, that can't be said for what came next. This account was favoriting photos of young-looking women. The girls were depicted with Hello Kitty shirts, underwear with bows, backpacks, and bikinis with ice cream cones on them. One of the girls had braces, and another was depicted on pink and white bedsheets. Now, it's possible that these girls were of the age of consent, but it obviously doesn't bode well for Jeremy or his image. It's strange that around the time that the account began running defense for Jeremy, it would start deleting these incriminating articles. Then again, it's also strange that the website's admin began trying to discredit Sergeant Keith Vidler and the owner of the Real World Police YouTube channel. So what is going on here? Well, it's honestly hard to say. Some people believe that Jennifer Burton may be behind the entire website. Other observers have noticed that older incriminating articles were removed, and newer, more favorable views began plaguing the site. This theory could make sense for a few reasons. The last article posted to the site is titled The Emails Part 2, which was posted on January 25th of 2021. And the most recent archive that I can find of the website still up is May 10th, 2021. On January 26th, 2021, one day after the final article was published, Jeremy DeWitt began uploading to the Metro State YouTube channel again. His first video documents what he alleges to be harassment at the hands of Sergeant Vidler. Aside from some sporadic uploads, a notable upload came on June 21st, 2021, but Jeremy was nowhere to be found. Rather, the creator and uploader of the video was none other than Jennifer Burton.
I was trying to do an introduction video, and I'm gonna put like some little, well, it's probably, I'm probably gonna let it play in the background while I'm talking, like little clips of me just getting ready for the day and kind of talking about myself and talking
So yeah, just fucking crazy.
about Jeremy and talking about just everything that's kind of happened recently. I do know that Jeremy is supposed to be doing some type of homecoming video, obviously about coming home from jail after being there for a couple of months. So I know that that video is more than likely going to be going out on this channel.
All of this is very strange. If you missed that, Jennifer just mentioned that Jeremy had been in jail for the past few months. Jennifer is now back in Jeremy's life and has access to the Metro State YouTube channel. The Jeremy DeWitt website became barren after the Metro State YouTube channel became active, and it failed to report on what seems to be another arrest. Now, the administrator just so happened to have lost interest completely, and the website's domain went up for sale. While there hasn't been any direct confirmation that the creator of this site is Jennifer, many think that she is responsible. But that's just a game theory, who knows? Now, I'd be remiss to not delve into what landed Jeremy in jail again. On March 15th, 2021, Jeremy was charged with domestic violence after throwing a phone at his wife's head. Rania told the police she feared for her life as she was chased outside of her home by a screaming Jeremy. Despite being seen running outside when calling 911, the police arrived to find her inside, lying on the floor, claiming that she fell. It's possible that Rania was trying to cover for Jeremy, and that's why she chose not to press charges. But of course, she couldn't protect him forever. Jeremy was pulled over and arrested on March 23rd, although this would just be a minor speed bump before another massive transgression. That would come on April 7th, after none other than Jennifer Burton called the police on Jeremy for domestic violence.
She's trying to walk away.
Because I heard her on the phone call.
Why are you pursuing her?
I didn't pursue her. I called 911. I was talking.
You didn't call 911.
I did.
You called 911.
What are you talking about? Look at the dispatch logs. I called 911 and told the dispatcher that she's calling and saying that I heard her.
Don't come because
I didn't. Wait a minute. I never said I didn't say. Sir,
get off. Let me see the phone.
Supposedly, Jeremy and Jennifer got into a fight, and Jennifer attempted to leave. As she got in her car, Jeremy slammed the door into her left foot. Jennifer never passed on an opportunity to call the police, and she did exactly that. Jeremy was then taken away in handcuffs and charged with dating violence.
What am I being arrested for?
Better dating violence.
You're not dating.
Jeremy found himself in a courtroom the next day. Despite Jen's wishes to have the charges dropped, they were not, leading Jeremy to be stuck in jail for the time being. It seems that despite their many unsavory interactions and generally volatile history, Jeremy and Jen managed to make amends, and that's likely why she had full possession of his YouTube channel during his time in jail. It also seems like Jennifer became the head of Metro State in his absence. By August, Jeremy posted an update video stating that he was currently out of prison and was in the process of dissolving Metro State. Although his time in the free world wouldn't last for long, as he was eventually sentenced to 18 months in prison. Overall, a pretty light sentence considering the multiple felony cases he was facing. Jeremy was released in August of 2022, but somehow managed to violate his probation in November of that year.
God.
He then continued to break the law, becoming well known as a serial fraudster in Central Florida. He was hit with a litany of charges in 2023 and 2024, mostly related to check and insurance fraud, arrests, encounters with the police, and felony.
Oh. Oh. All right, me and Gum Gum are pretty tired. Normally I would stream longer, but I'm kind of falling asleep. Oh, my Gum Gum. Look at my little Gum Gum. All right. I'm gonna go head to bed. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Dude, I can't keep streaming. I'm just gonna fucking fall asleep. Kind of want to keep streaming, but I'm just fucking tired. I woke up pretty early and shit, so... But I am eating more. I am feeling better. But it's just kind of late for me. Because I woke up fairly early. I didn't even have an afternoon nap. Yeah, I'm not gonna take any caffeine. This is my gum gum. Just take a 1 hour nap on stream. I don't know if there's much point in doing that. It's too bad Gummy can't stream for me. Gummy would be a good streamer. He's a good gum-gum. People donate a lot when you nap? Well, not really. That one time when I got super high and I just passed out, I got a lot of donos, but kind of depends. Oh, that's my gum-gum. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a good baby. I guess I could... Damn it, I don't have my fucking sweater. Well, I am getting the new bike soon, so that'll be good. I love my kitty so much. He's just so good. Love how cuddly he is. He spends all day with me. We nap together, we watch movies and TV shows together. He comes down into the basement with me when I'm working out. Jumps on my lap when I'm streaming. Just love my kitty. Such a good boy. Just such a good boy. Well, since you guys don't want me to end the stream, I could just do some boring shit that none of you are interested in watching. Let's see. That's weird. They're talking shit about Destiny on the Crucible. Oh, hey.
And he gets pissed, and he starts going off on the cops.
Take a picture of this.
Why do you want to say you're gonna go physically, bro? Why do you gotta say that to me, bro? I'm a good dude.
Because you need a sign. I'm not denying it. But if
you don't have to treat people like that.
Yeah, but you're treating me wrong.
No, you're treating me
wrong because you're saying, "Oh, I'm just gonna sign and dip."
Because I want to go. No, f you, bro. You should have gave me the right, bro. F you. 50 grand in my account right now.
Here you go.
Right now.
Slimy, shirt wide open, wearing 80s looking porn star. Piece of shit. You know what he's doing now, that asshole? Because he's always got to be in the news. And We know how much he loves body cam from last time. Well, there's a new body cam. And in this one, a cop pulls him over and he's trying to hand out fake insurance and fake registration. And the cop wasn't having any of it. And of course, he tried to lie his way out of it by not shutting the fuck up. He even tried to tell him again, because we know how much he loves saying this, that he's famous and that everyone should know him. Like the cops are seeing this asshole on the streets with those 3 hairs running around with the woman's purse, like they're supposed to know who the hell this asshole is. Then they threaten to arrest him because he committed a crime and tow his car. And that's where he goes crazy. He starts screaming and kicking like a little child. He even tried calling the dealer on the spot to put the blame on them. But in the end, he ended up on the street corner, stranded like a sharmuta, begging for blowjobs for $50. Wait until I tell you what happened.
Watson, what's your current address?
Me, bro. I'm famous online. I have lots of cars. Everyone knows me around here. The cops know me.
So as I was saying in the beginning, this asshole can't keep himself out of the news for a week. And I really do try not to do so many videos about him, but big things like this, especially when he's embarrassing the shit out of himself, a body cam comes out, and we know how much he must love seeing himself on body cam when it comes out, because he's too stupid to realize that he's being recorded, and he shows us all what kind of asshole he really is. And in this footage, it shows him going crazy, stomping his feet, right, when things don't go his way. And again, him not shutting the fuck up because he's always trying to talk himself out of a fucking lie. So it starts off, the cop goes, pulls him over, goes up to his window, and of course, he can't stop bragging about himself like that's really gonna impress the police. They're really gonna like him by telling him he's famous, he owns 15 cars, they're all paid off. Like the cop gives a shit.
Good morning, sir. Can I get your license, registration, proof of insurance? Your tag's not on your vehicle, you know that?
Yeah, these guys always do that here. I buy cars cash all the time. I don't send the tag.
Potato hater $92.
Like, you know, you edit the scenes.
We're watching The Last of Us. Pause it on this machine. Who the fuck is that?
Yeah, there's a lot of stupid mistakes in that show.
Who is that? Oh my god, I can't handle this show.
Yeah, there's a lot of production mistakes. It's like they didn't even give a fuck. Thanks for the donation, Potato Hater.
I have a tag in the trunk. It's a temporary, but it looks like it has like weird numbers on it. And it's fucking, I bought this car cash a little bit ago. Look at it. I buy all my shit cash, dude. I'm famous online. I don't fuck around, but it pisses me off. I get pulled over so much because, like, Florida's got some bullshit. I'm from California, too. You guys, these car companies don't give people their plates right. And I buy my shit cash. The car's paid for.
And then he thinks he's sneaky because he doesn't have that car registered, which I'm going to tell you here in a moment, right? So he gives the cop an insurance card and registration from a different car he owns.
This doesn't pertain to your Phantom.
Yeah, it does. A 2024 Phantom.
Different VIN. Not the same VIN, man.
When they not sit up at the place.
This piece of paper got it, but that doesn't go with it.
I have 15 cars. Like this, these guys must have fucked it up then. Look at it. Fucked it up. They fucked up a number. That's their fault.
Give me a second.
Buy my car's cash, big dog.
I got you. It's not the.
I have 10 Rolls Royces.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with you buying a cash or not. It just has to do that you don't have no tag on it.
Now, I'm going to show you the reason why he did that. If you look at his car in the back, right, I'm going to pause it on the screen. That's a dealer advertisement plate, right? Where's his temporary tags? You buy a new car, there's temporary tags, right? It's in his trunk, and it's expired by over 2 months. So he hid it in the trunk thinking that he can get away with it. No one's going to pull him over, but he clearly knew what he was doing.
Let me hold on to this.
And I know that said it was like 30 days. So I don't know if that one was good, but if you're going to let me just get it back to my warehouse, I won't drive.
Give me a second.
Yes. But hey, you hurt the guy.
Yeah, I got you. Give me a second.
So then he gets pissed and he calls up the dealer, getting mad at them for not processing the title and registration fast enough.
Who am I speaking with?
Yes, sir. Because this is a brand new vehicle, it takes 30 days for them to send us the title.
That's great, but we're in Florida, so we need to obey by Florida laws. We're not in Maryland. We're not in California. We're not in North Carolina. He has no registration. That receipt is not a registration. The vehicle is not registered. Okay, and then the insurance that you guys gave him is not even the same VIN. So he's uninsured right now at this moment. The vehicle is not registered, and it's an arrestable offense in Florida.
Okay.
So
the wrong VIN must have been an issue with because the vehicle, unfortunately, we put the wrong.
No, it's not the wrong VIN because I put the VIN. It comes up in Maryland, but it doesn't come back to an owner. So the vehicle comes up white Phantom, but it's not registered to the gentleman that you sold the vehicle to.
But this is the thing, regardless of what they did and if they did what they were supposed to do fast enough. He clearly knew that shit was expired and he was driving around anyway. And then this is when it gets good. The cop takes that temporary tag, he goes and he runs it. He sees it's expired by 2 months and he goes to him, he goes, listen, this is a crime, Wes. We can arrest you for it. And now we're gonna tow your car.
So it is arrestable. I'm not taking you. I'm doing a promise to appear, get it all squared away, show that you took care of it, and you're on your way.
So what do?
I'm gonna give you paperwork. You're gonna get it in the mail 2 to 3 months. A court hearing. Have it all squared away. Show your registration through Zoom.
Okay.
Show your registration that you got it for Florida and all that stuff. Take care of it, and that's it.
That's wrong.
So no. The other thing, I can't have you driving the car. The car can't be driven. I got a record. I'm gonna let you with the option of we either take it to the tow yard or you could get with the record and whatever the fee is to get it over to the place that you need to get it to. But you got no insurance.
Oh, I got insurance, bro.
It's not in the system, man. So it's not gonna be valid. It doesn't uphold and it doesn't stay valid. All right. So I'm doing that.
I told the car and you give me a citation for like a promise to appear that I have the car.
But then he sees they're really gonna tow the car on him. And he gets pissed and he starts going off on the cops.
Take a picture of this.
Why do you want to say gonna go physically, bro? Why do you gotta say that to me, bro? I'm a good dude.
Because you need a sign. I'm not denying it. But if
you don't have to treat people like that.
Yeah, but you're treating me wrong.
No, you're treating me wrong
because you're saying, no, I'm just gonna sign and did.
I'm a good because I want to go.
All right, got you, but you gotta do your part.
I'm a good dude. You being a dude.
No, I'm not. Everything's recorded. Everything's recorded. You're gonna leave the vehicle, or you're gonna wait? You're gonna leave it?
Yeah.
All right. Where are the keys?
10 fucking cars. I don't need this shit. I'm giving them their car back.
All right. You got everything?
You guys are taking this car back. I'm not even taking it. Just give me my money back. You guys fucked me over so bad. I want 50 grand in my account right now for this fucking headache. Fuck you guys.
But then Wes, he wasn't done because he's realizing this shit ain't gonna go his way. He calls up his dealer and like a little privileged bitch, he's telling them he wants his money back for the car because they didn't do what they said they were gonna do.
Straight up, bro. Fuck you, bro. I want 50 grand in my account right now, dude, for what you guys just did to me. You guys put me in the worst position ever. Straight up, dog. You just put me in the worst position ever, bro. I don't give a fuck, bro. You think this cop's gonna hear it? Now I'm walking away. He's telling me I'm gonna have to go with force if I don't sign anything. You just fucking ruined my fucking day.
Here,
50
wait up.
I'm out, bro.
It's a couple.
No, fuck you, bro. You should have gave me the right shit, bro. Fuck you. 50 grand in my account right now.
Here you go.
Right now, bro. Right now, bro.
Here, I could have put more charges. I only gave you one.
Dude, he's telling me he's giving me charges. Fuck you, bro.
It's a residential violation.
Fuck you, bitch. I'm out.
It's a residential.
I gotta go, bro.
So again, Wes tried to weasel his way out of things because that's who he is. But it didn't go his way, So he ended up crying like a little bitch. He knew, like I showed you guys earlier, he knew his tags were expired. That's why they were hidden in his trunk. He even slipped earlier. When he told the cop, he goes, "It's not right what these dealers do with the plates." Admitting he knew it was expired, but he was trying to bullshit his way out of things. So again, in this case, running his mouth didn't help him, just like it didn't help him in the situation with the 7-foot monster. And in this one, they ended up towing his car, and he was left on the street, like I told you earlier, like a sharmuta, begging for blowjobs for $50.
No, it's not on you, but it's on me also that I'm on body camera, bro. So I gotta do my part. If you understand me, if you don't, then that is what it is. I'm not trying to be anything different to you or anything. It's just, it's the name of the game.
Now, before I go, let me ask you guys a question. Is there a shady thing you think going on with this whole car registration thing? Because I heard there were slimy ways to sneak around avoiding taxes. And that could be what's going on. Let me know what you guys think. Guys, thanks for watching. Please hit like on my video.
I'm sucking your dick, motherfucker, Shamu too.
I can't open my eyes. Thanks. Thanks for the donation, dude. I'm gonna take a nap. Yeah. Oh, God.
Since according to Svaryu if something is natural it's morally okay, should we slit his throat then since murder and violent aggression over disputes is completely natural among humans? I'm sure he wouldn't object to that then. A big Lenny channel, a big Lenny channel, durian rider, durian rider, durian rider, a big Lenny channel, a big Lenny channel, durian rider, durian rider, durian rider, a big Lenny channel, a big Lenny channel, durian rider, durian rider, durian rider, a big Lenny channel, a. Frank Tefano Durian Rider, 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 Frank Tefano 7,777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 Durian rider, 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 two.
Alright, I'm finally going to actually get to bed now. Oh.
Sneed. 777 duo trigentillion 777 noon trigentillion 777 trigentillion 777 novum gentillion 777 octovigentillion 777 septvigentillion 777 sexvigentillion 777 quinvigentillion 777 quartervigentillion 777 trevigentillion 777 duovigentillion 777 unvigentillion 777 vigentillion 777 ovemdecillion 777 octodecillion 777 septendecillion 777 sexdecillion 777 quindecillion 777 quatuordecillion 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 Sneed. 777 quindecillion 777 quatuordecillion 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 Nigger.
Alright, thank you for that. Okay, so now I'm actually gonna go to bed. I am very tired. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow night around the same time, so we'll see you all then. And sweet dreams.